even within the Biden-Harris administration. Democratic mayors like Mayor Adams from New York, the mayor of Chicago, other big cities are starting to complain and feel the heat. They are spending billions of dollars in housing and food and other basic necessities. So the Biden-Harris administration is going to do what they should have done all along, which is finish the border wall. I'm glad they're finally going to do it, but it should have been done a long time ago, and all of this could have been prevented. I'm Jason Chaffetz, Fox News contributor and host of the Jason in the House podcast.
You've been listening to the Fox News Rundown. To hear the podcast version of this program, go to foxnewspodcasts.com. And for all the latest news, go to foxnews.com.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
The simple fact that I had kids in the car, that's why I jumped out like that. That's why I reacted like that. It was just to protect them, honestly.
Her reaction was, well, he already kicked in my car. What else was he going to do to me? And you said, shoot you? Yes.
In this city of all places?
I know.
Mama Bear stands up to him and threatens to kick his butt, knocks his bike down, and then you see him kind of take off.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. ziprecruiter.com/free.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks VapoStick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower for steamy Vicks Vapors.
Use as directed. VapoStick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower use for adults only.
Attention taxpayers. If you or your business owe the IRS back taxes or have years of unfiled tax returns, the IRS has green-lighted billions of dollars in tax relief to those facing financial hardship through its tax relief initiatives. If you have a delinquent tax problem and possibly facing wage garnishment, liens, levies, audits, or already in a payment plan, you may now qualify for significant relief. Qualifying and enrolling in this program could stop all collections, settle your tax problem, and may even reduce what you owe by up to 99%. Call the hotline at Tax Help USA to see if you qualify and receive your free tax assessment by dialing 800-210-1005. If you or your business owe back taxes to the IRS or state, you can now get the help that you need during these hard economic times. Get your free tax assessment to see what you qualify for by dialing 800-210-1005. 800-210-1005. That's 800-210-1005.
You get up every morning and make it all work. You make the hospitals and the labs work. You keep the shelves stocked, the cash registers ringing, the production lines producing. At Vestas, we have the uniforms and workplace supplies you need to do what you do every day. When you think uniforms, floor mats, first aid kits, restroom supplies, think Vestas. Vestas, uniforms and workplace supplies for the people who make it all work. Learn more at Vestas.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Israel intensifies bombardment of the Gaza Strip in its war on Hamas. The total death toll is over 1,100. Afghans dig through rubble in desperate attempts to pull victims from wreckage after an earthquake kills over 2,000. And Game 2 of the NLDS between the Phillies and Braves is in Atlanta tonight. Wheeler versus Freed.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Monday, October 9th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, always live on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, phone number. On Twitter and Instagram at 1210 WPHT. That is the radio station. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. We've got Anthony and Natasha in here this morning as the associate producers. Daniel with the morning off. Dawn, good morning. How are you, dear?
Good morning. Doing great. How are you doing?
Been better. Been a lot better. A lot of big news going on. Good weekend for sports, though. Gregory, how are you, sir?
Hey, buddy. How are you?
Doing well. Good weekend with the girls.
Ah, nice.
Disconnected.
Good.
Got off the Twitter machines.
Oh, good.
Watched some good sports, some good family time, and then all hell broke loose around the globe, which we will get to this morning. A lot of good stuff to talk about. Obviously, what is going on, sadly, with Israel, Hamas, the United States, Iran, Palestine, that cluster, you know what. That'll be a big focus this morning. Also, some very, very good polling numbers for Donald Trump. We've got a local story with surveillance in Lehigh County. More drama between NFL players with the vaccine and Pfizer. And some bad looks for the Bidens, from dog bites to taking your kids' college funds and, using it for partying activities. So we got all sorts of good stuff, and, of course, a couple of good wins in the world of sports.
Wait, you didn't do that? You didn't take your kids' college fund and blow it on hookers and blow?
No. Well, number one, I don't have $20,000 in the bank to do what Hunter Biden did. But that's neither here nor there.
Wow, man. Yep. Father of the year right there.
That's right. Put him on the cover of Time magazine.
Yeah.
There you go. All right, so we got a lot to get to. Let's get right to the news. Round number 1, 6:04 here on this Monday morning. And for that, we give you the great Dawn Stenslin.
And good morning. Yes, on this Monday, October 9th, we do have breaking news, and this news is heard around the world and here in our area in Philadelphia, many speaking out leadership-wise. So we'll talk about it all, and we have it all covered this morning. Israel intensifying its Gaza strikes. This is day 3 of the war, if you will, that has been declared in Israel. More than 1,100 dead in the fighting. That's one of the big headlines this morning. And we're hearing about heavy rocket fire just moments ago. So this is going on as I speak. Israel's military battling to drive Hamas fighters out of southern towns and trying to seal its borders as I speak, as it is pounded the Gaza Strip from the air and mustered for a campaign, and its prime minister said would destroy the military and governing capabilities of the militant group Hamas. So civilians paying a high price on both sides, at least 700 people confirmed, killed in Israel, a staggering toll on a scale in a country that has experienced, obviously, in decades, and many saying we haven't seen this in some 50 years since the Holocaust. But in truth, we've never seen anything like what is happening, and more than 400, we're told, have been killed in Gaza. So Palestinian militant groups claiming to be holding right now more than 130 captives from the Israeli side, women, children, yes, Americans who are reportedly held hostage, but as well of the hundreds killed over the weekend. We are hearing that, in fact, Americans have been killed. We've confirmed at least 4. So today the military saying it is fighting Hamas in 7 to 8 places in southern Israel. So this is a breaking news situation. We'll bring you the latest developments, obviously. There's a lot of local reaction that we'll bring you throughout the morning. I know that local groups speaking out, and clearly as I talk to law enforcement sources, not just here in Philadelphia, surrounding suburbs, New Jersey, Delaware, all law enforcement at every level on high alert this morning because, of course, as this is happening overseas, how are we impacted? And then when you factor in, for example, the southern border that is leaking like a sieve, if you will, there was concern last week, as we reported to you, that the FBI had confirmed that at least 151 individuals who are on their most wanted terrorist lists, in fact, were tracked going over the border. So what does that mean for us? Are they among us? And then as far as Congress, of course, we talked last week, the big story was the infighting, the boosting, the ousting of the speaker. But what does that mean for this morning? It means that Congress is crippled to act quickly. So on every level, there are so many different stories that we're covering for you this morning, and certainly serious news and ramifications as we look at this. A lot of local news, and we'll get into this morning, but we know that there were 2 people dead, 3 others injured in Philadelphia after multiple shootings over the weekend, according to Philadelphia police. And so we'll talk about that one as well as we move forward. Let's get to the brighter news of the day, if you will. We have a lot of economic news coming out this week as well. But when we think about our Philadelphia Phillies and our Eagles bringing us a ton of great news, as of course, our Phils, no problem, they've got it. Phillies lead the Braves 1-0 ahead of the NLDS Game 2 tonight. And in Hotlanta, which is not so hot right now, Nick.
No, they're not. And I remember saying Friday when Stalker stepped out at 9:30 to put the corporate suit on for the last half hour of the show that if the Phillies could steal Game 1 in Atlanta, they're going to take the series. And I think they are going to do that now. Having worked for the Odyssey Sports Station in Atlanta, I'm telling you right now, their phone number this morning is officially a suicide hotline. Guaranteed. They are scared to death.
Good.
Yeah.
We want them scared. So, it's just so exciting. It's so exciting that we're leading Game 2 today. Phillies opening the series by beating Atlanta. And everybody was saying, ooh, Atlanta, they're so good. They're not so good. And the East champion Braves finding themselves in exactly the same position as a year ago, trailing the wild card Phillies after the opener.
Yeah, baby.
So Nick, where do you and I stand on our
I was thinking about
bet?
this yesterday because I almost nailed the Eagles game to the exact score.
Well, you did because I believe
I said
here.
23-16 and ended up 23-14.
Wow.
Yeah. I think just because I was that close, you should trim a good 20 right off of your lead.
Yeah. I'm up 60 on you, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, I got the Eagles game completely wrong.
Oh, that's right. You like the Rams.
To
cover.
No. To cover.
Right,
I didn't
not win.
I made the statement all week.
Right.
That
5.5
that I just didn't like. I still thought the Eagles were going to win. I just thought it was going to be by 3 or
Right.
something. And by the way, most of the game was by 3.
Yes, it was.
Until
it was a good game.
The second half.
Until it wasn't.
Until it wasn't. Until A.J. Brown just started flexing.
Yeah. So I feel like we need something to do this.
Let's just take my deficit from 60. We'll bump it down to 40, and we'll go from there.
Okay, that sounds good.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm sorry, Don. Get back to the serious stuff.
All right. Well, no, the serious stuff. No, let's talk about our Eagles. We win 23-14, and it's not a home game, by the way, but if you were just listening for a minute, you might have thought it was a home game.
Yeah.
Right? Because Eagles, we just take over as Eagles.
Eagles! These teams in Los Angeles and the West Coast should be just ashamed of themselves.
Yeah, low-energy fans.
The only reason they have one, much less 2 franchises, is because the NFL wants that TV exposure in the L.A. market.
Of course.
That's it.
But nobody, they don't. And the Rams are a decent team.
They won the Super Bowl 3 years ago.
And I noticed yesterday they played, Kate Hudson was out there, and there was all kinds of celebrities in the, but actual fans.
No, I'm glad there were celebrities there that were not named Taylor Swift. I went Taylor Swift free yesterday.
Yeah,
what a Sunday! What a concept!
It's amazing.
I'm sorry, Don.
All right, so let's go to some highlights, shall we?
Let's go to
well,
the
it was nice that Jalen Hurts. Hey, Jalen, meet Dallas. Talking about Dallas Goedert.
Oh yeah.
Because this has been, what Dallas is open every game. So they really discovered each other, and so that was nice. Offense starting hot. Hurts and Goddard connecting for 4 receptions, rounding out with a touchdown. So let's go to, is this our sister station or our brother station?
94 WIP. Yeah.
WIP, cut A.
Hurts into a long count. He's back. He's looking. He fires. And it is complete for a touchdown to Dallas Goedert. He got him. He got him his fourth catch, Mike, on that drive.
Wow.
They jammed it down his throat, that opening drive.
How many, I mean, you see these teams, and the Eagles just have so many weapons.
Who do you pick to stop?
I know.
Right?
It's unbelievable.
Like, okay, let's take Devontae Smith out. Here comes Goddard, you know?
Exactly. It's
Well, another weapon that we know of, A.J. Brown continues his dominance. Listen in as the clock winds down. Before the half, he brings in this huge gain with a stunning one-handed grab.
Hurts takes the snap. He's looking, still looking, and he fires, and it is complete. Brown at the 35. Brown at the 30. Brown at the 28. And a penalty flag thrown. It may be a face mask on the Rams.
What a great catch by Brown.
7 seconds to go.
Yeah, this is what you need. You know, give these guys opportunities to make big plays. Brown with the one-handed catch, and then he's able to find where the defenders are, trying to avoid defenders, pick up a block, and get the ball downfield.
Such a stud.
It was not a face mask, but it was still, they were desperate and nasty. Okay, the defense, what? This is my bias.
Good.
I can be biased in
Put
sports.
the slant on it, baby. Put the slant on it.
The defense shining in the second half. Defense with rookie Jalen Carter showing his talent once again. Check out this key sack in the third quarter. Cut C.
Stafford standing at the 15 to accept the center snap. Empty backfield. He looks left. Here comes the rush. They've got him!
Guess who?
Jalen Carter.
Guess who? Jalen Carter just does a phenomenal job of just getting rid of the offensive line, and he gets a full head of steam at Matthew Stafford.
They got so many big dudes up front that are young and scary.
They truly do.
Yep.
And do we have time for one
Yes,
more?
absolutely.
Okay, Temple alum. Woohoo! Local guy Hassan Reddick, Temple alum, I should say, sealing the game with this second sack on QB Matt Stafford, leading the Eagles to 5-0. Cut D.
Stafford again in the gun. Stafford calling for the football. Stafford takes the snap. He's back. Here comes the rush again. They hit him. He hit him. Down he goes. It is Hassan Reddick again.
You know, I think the only person that can clean up Temple University with their crime issues is Hassan Reddick. Let him go on campus for 48 hours. He'll fix everything.
Just when you thought, like, who's left to do something at the end, who seals the game for him, Hassan Reddick.
It's like everybody joins the party, right?
He was basically non-existent for most of the game.
I know.
It's just sweet. It's awesome.
Yeah, it is.
Really
And then the Cowboys get beat by 50 last night. How great was that?
NBC 10 First Alert forecast, big difference from last week. As we think about last week at this point, it felt summer-like in the 80s. Today, the high is 62, but this seasonable fall weather continues. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:14 on this Monday morning as we kick off another week with another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the Big Take this morning, Israel's 9/11. Saturday, October 7th, 2023, one could argue that Israel faced their own version of a 9/11 tragedy at the hands of Hamas. That's what the headline reads in the Free Press. They say the terrorists went house to house. They maimed, they murdered, they mutilated. Chilling words from the author of the column, Noah Pollack, who wrote for the Free Press. And what we now have is a brutal war between Israel and Hamas, the terrorist group. Many are saying this could be another much broader regional war. Military experts believe that Israel will be on the offensive and go right into Gaza as they are this morning, and this will be a deadly, ugly war. This has been a war that has been going on for ages. I think we all realize that in varying degrees and intensities, despite the claim by the Biden administration of the most peaceful time in the Middle East in nearly 2 decades. Sadly, I don't believe this will ever change, and it will never end. And the media coverage and the political views will always be divisive on this topic, so to speak. You'll have one side of people saying America's not pro-Israel enough, or America is too pro-Israel. You will have others saying the same thing about Ukraine and Russia and how we should stay out of the conflict. But there is the dream and the goal of global peace, and we kind of had that under Donald Trump to some extent. There are American interests at stake. Global security and stopping terrorism is at stake. And then there is the current president who is once again asleep at the wheel. Now, under Joe Biden's watch, America has had a disgraceful withdrawal from Afghanistan. The United States gave over a Russian arms dealer who was a killer in exchange for a female basketball player. Russia has invaded Ukraine, and the U.S. has since dumped billions upon billions to Zelensky. China has toyed with us in real time and is a real threat against Taiwan. Iran and North Korea also aware that Joe Biden exudes weakness. So whether it's a proxy war, a Cold War, financially assisted protection, however you want to classify it, there's no question that World War III is far more likely to happen under Joe Biden than under the watch of Donald Trump. And speaking of Donald Trump, the 45th president of the United States posted this on Truth Social just about a month ago on September 11th. Quote, "Can you believe that crooked Joe Biden is giving $6 billion to the terrorist regime in Iran? That money to be used for terrorism all over the Middle East and indeed the world. This incompetent fool is absolutely destroying America. He had the audacity to announce this terrible deal today, September 11th. To pay for hostages will lead to kidnapping, ransom, and blackmail against Americans across the globe. I freed many dozens of our people from various unfriendly countries and never paid a dime." End quote. Trump on Truth Social back on 9/11/2023. And from Trump to DeSantis, let's hear what the POTUS candidate from Florida had to say about the Israel-Hamas disaster from Saturday. Take a listen and watch.
Israel is now under attack. I stand with Israel. America stands with Israel. Not only do they have a right to defend themselves, they have a duty to defend themselves against these Iranian-backed Hamas terrorists. Iran has helped fund this war against Israel, and Joe Biden's policies that have gone easy on Iran has helped to fill their coffers. Israel is now paying the price for those policies. We're going to stand with the state of Israel. They need to root out Hamas, and we need to stand up to Iran.
Keep in mind, Ron DeSantis, a military man. Steve Scalise tweeting the following on Saturday, quote, "The Biden administration must be held accountable for its appeasement of these Hamas terrorists, including handing over billions of dollars to them and their Iranian backers." Ding, ding. Oh, by the way, Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, silent on the front so far. And then Donald Trump Jr. tweeting something that I think we all appreciate. Quote, "I'd like some mean tweets and world peace right about now." End quote. Wouldn't we all? And speaking of Trump and peace, Donald Trump, by the way, the first president since 1977 to not start a war. Man of peace. Seems to me that all the conflict and the unrest largely was driven in America by the media, the left, and those who couldn't handle a strong president who didn't put up with any crap. Here are some more awful details from the Free Press with what happened on Saturday in Israel. When Hamas invaded Israel this morning, terrorists steamed across the border in pickup trucks, by motorcycle, on foot, and even on paragliders. Once inside Israel, they abducted and murdered Israelis. They shot people in cars and at bus stops. They rounded up women and children into rooms and machine gunned them. They went house to house to find and murder civilians hiding in their closets and dragged the bodies, bloodied, of Israelis back into Gaza, where they are now being beaten and mutilated in front of crowds. That is from the Free Press. And one has to ask, how could this happen with no intelligence, with nobody under the belief that, hey, something is brewing here, we need to stop this, whether it's in Israel or here in the United States? This wasn't just a rogue group of 4 or 5 individuals. This was calculated, methodical, and meticulous. And you would think all of our politicians would be against this, at least say the right thing publicly, right? But not the Squad Dems, because it doesn't have to do with racism in the United States. Squad House Democrats, known for criticizing the state of Israel, faced massive backlash from conservatives online over the milquetoast statements following Hamas's deadly surprise attack on Israel. Several members of the informal Progressive Caucus published statements on Saturday condemning the violence and calling for the conflict to de-escalate. Of the Squad members, Rashida Tlaib of Michigan, a Democrat, who's been basically silent on the attack of Israel. Keep in mind, in 2021, Omar landed in hot water with senior members of her own party, as well as her opponents, when she compared America and Israel to murderous terrorist groups Hamas and the Taliban. Additionally, during a 2021 ceasefire between Israel and Hamas, Omar said the fighting stopping wasn't enough, and that the U.S. was, quote, underwriting crimes against humanity, end quote, through support for Israel, and that there needed to be accountability for every war crime committed. So when you look at it in totality here, Joe Biden is very weak. The global enemies know it. Squad Dems are hypocrites, and we all know it. And this did not happen under Donald Trump. And if he was still in office today, I don't believe it would have happened yesterday or on Saturday. And everybody should know that as well. It's just day after day, this administration continues to blow it. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take this morning. If you want to jump in, 855-839-1210, the phone number, 855-839-1210. You can get in on Twitter and Instagram at 1210WPHT, and, of course, on YouTube to be a part of the Kayal and Company comment community. Just go to youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons. We'll come back, get some thoughts and reaction, have some conversation with what has transpired over the last 72 hours, including a Wall Street Journal report with the United States, $6 billion, and where this funding went to. We'll get into that, and also the local impact, because there were pro-Palestinian marches not only throughout this country, but right here in the city of Philadelphia over the weekend. It's Kayal and Company as we continue live here on a Monday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, it's John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210. If you or someone you know has been diagnosed with cancer or undergoing treatments that cause severe fatigue or brain fog, medical hydration may be right for you. Dr. Molly Fantasia of Innovative Medical Associates has more than 30 years experience in helping cancer patients to improve their quality of life.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Nutrients delivered right to the cells support your immune system through surgery, chemotherapy, or wherever you may be on your cancer journey. Visit innovativemedicalassociates.com to schedule a free consultation with Dr. Molly in their Marlton, New Jersey office. And join us on Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 for Health Watch to learn more about the benefits of medical hydration for cancer, autoimmune diseases, and more.
40 days to lose 20 to 40 plus pounds. Just say it with me. 40 days to lose 20 to 40 plus pounds. You will lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. They use your hair, saliva, and blood work along with scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements that get you and your body into the fat burning zone so you can finally lose that weight. Then NJ Diet uses DNA info to help you keep it off. Best of all, it's contractually guaranteed. You are fully supervised the entire time to make sure you are burning fat and not just losing water, and you even get the doctor's personal email and phone number. They're with you every step of the way. Absolutely no shots, no hormones, no surgery. Locations close by in King of Prussia, Newark, Delaware, and Cherry Hill. 855-5NJ Diet, or from home with live online video consultations. NJDiet.com. 40 days to lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed. NJDiet.com.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra at the Miller Center in Reading on Wednesday, October 18th, and at Springfield High School in Delaware County, Saturday, November 11th.
Oh my God, it was amazing.
I loved it.
All his voices are fabulous, and the fact that he sings.
I couldn't imagine how good it would be with the orchestra. Awesome show.
I've never laughed so much. My cheeks hurt. I'm like, yeah.
That's Conklin and City Rhythm at the Miller Center in Reading and at Springfield High School in Delco. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To
To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Consumer Cellular offers unlimited talk and text on every plan starting at $20 per month. Stay connected in rain, sleet, and snow with their premium nationwide 5G coverage with no contract and free activation. Visit consumercellular.com to switch today.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Start at PI Dental Center. With the latest in digital technology to state-of-the-art treatment, PI Dental Center is a full-service practice. 2 board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, are originators of the Teeth in a Day protocol, a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth on the same day as the implants are placed. Hey, I've been a patient of PI Dental for over 20 years, and now is the time for you to invest in yourself. Visit PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
Hi, this is Dr. Brad Schaefer. As a podiatrist, I can tell you no two people's feet are alike, which is why I recommend Dr. Scholl's custom fit orthotic inserts. They're customized for your feet, so you get a unique solution your feet really need, not just a one-size-fits-all insole. They're clinically proven to provide pain relief for achy feet, knees, lower back, plantar fasciitis, and heels. Take the Dr. Scholl's custom fit orthotics assessment in Walmart today. Now in the foot care aisle.
Feels like fall outside. What a great time of year to find yourself that new or certified luxury vehicle you've been wanting, and you know you want it. You earned it. Now go get it. With a little help from my friends from Piazza Premium Automobiles. They're always here for you in your unique vehicle search, and that's across the region. Yeah, the tri-state area, because the Piazza Premium family features dealerships across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey, and one of their newest locations, Jaguar Land Rover, Harrisburg. So find your Alfa Romeo, your Maserati, your Mercedes-Benz, Porsche. I mean, these are some of the most beautiful, most powerful vehicles on the road right now. Jaguar, Land Rover, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, PIAZZA, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, West Berlin. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Baby, hold on to me. Whatever will be, will be.
6:29 Monday morning. Welcome back in, Kayal and Company, as we continue live here. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Nick, Dawn, Greg, 855-839-1210 is how you jump in. 1210 WPHT on social media. And, of course, be a part of the show on YouTube if you would like. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. So obviously big news developing Saturday morning as we woke up and saw that there was once again conflict and escalation and flat out tragedy in the Tel Aviv, Jerusalem area. And I'm watching Fox News this morning, sirens and sounds and explosions being heard from the Gaza Strip to Jerusalem to Tel Aviv and everywhere in between. Some of the headlines this morning: Israel formally declares war against Hamas as it battles to push militants off its soil. Benjamin Netanyahu vows to turn Gaza into rubble as the Israeli prime minister tells Palestinians to leave now and says Hamas will pay an unprecedented price. So those are a couple of the headlines, and that was obviously what our big take was centered around, and just the historical significance of, sadly, the death count, the total, and just the sheer volume of just unbelievable visual images. If you were paying attention to any of it over the weekend, or whether it was on cable news or Talk Radio 1210 or on social media, just an unbelievable. And look, this is, I guess, actually, I'll take that back. Sadly, somewhat believable, because this has been going on for lifetimes now with this section of the country. And I think we all hope for global peace, and one day everything is achievable. I try to be as realistic as possible. I don't know that section of the globe will ever be at peace based on the historical significance of everything that these two groups have been fighting for and battling over for hundreds of years now. But Dawn, your thoughts on what has transpired and also the way it's been perceived here in this country and locally here in Philadelphia.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big part of it. I just am embarrassed, for lack of words, to see that in places like Philadelphia, in New York City, and you have protesters not protesting violence against civilians, as you had mentioned. As we're horrified to see this. Well, it started on Saturday, going to multiple points and targeting homes, targeting civilians, and to make sure that they're because they certainly knew, Netanyahu was going to declare war as he did yesterday.
Yeah.
They knew all hell would break loose, but they thought, we'll have these human shields, and we're going to take the most sympathetic individuals, whether they're Americans, whether they're grandmoms. We all saw the image of the grandmom in her pink long, nightie, and little kids and babies, and oh my goodness. So, that's what they're trying to do. Obviously, it's not working. And so then the question is, locally, you see these individuals, and they're out there supporting Hamas in Philadelphia,
right? And
New York.
We have the video and the audio, I believe, of what was happening locally. Now, I saw the Philadelphia stuff after the New York stuff. There's a video in New York City where it looks like your old school fashion protest, where you have a street, and on one side of the curb you have people that are pro-Israel chanting, and then on the other side of the street you have a group of people that are chanting pro-Palestine and everything else like that. And then I saw the video in Philadelphia because I'm wondering, all right, if it's happening in New York, and I saw a couple of other cities out west it was going on as well. I'm like, all right, I wonder if it's happening here in Philly. And I didn't go searching for it. Somehow I just stumbled across it in my timeline. And you're going to hear some of the audio here. It's probably better if you're on YouTube. You'll at least get a visual component with it.
I don't have any sort of audio.
Okay, but, I thought there was audio attached with it.
Yeah, Rittenhouse Square audio, is that it, Daniel?
Yes, I believe that should be it.
Let me pull that up right now if you want to put the video up on YouTube.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Right.
So this is the wow.
Yes.
The pro-Hamas.
Folks. Pro-Palestine.
I mean, hopefully they're, when I first saw it, I said, okay, they're worried about innocent Palestinians being caught in it, and that's my hope.
Yes.
But in fact, there was rhetoric here that was in support of Hamas, and the terrorism that took place.
That's correct. Which I think is very,
and that's horrifying.
Which is very important to make reference of, because you have Palestine as a region and whatever you want to call it, a nation or a country, and then of course you have Hamas, the extremists. And that, it's one of these things where I feel like sometimes, you hate to label everybody because it's just one small percentage of a group. But, Islam is largely a religion of peace. But then you have the radicalized extremists that want to, blow stuff up and murder people.
Well, let me just say this, that it's really hard. It's really hard when you have a religion that literally believes the people of Israel, the Jewish people, are like the devil. Like there's no, like, how do you get around that?
Well, and then the hatred comes to America because we support and back Israel. So it's like death to America, death to Israel.
But what I'm saying is we're talking about all of these, innocent Palestinians and everything, and I get it, but their religion is based off the fact that they believe that the Jewish people are Satan.
Right.
Yes, but it's important for you to say that because of our connection, and I'll just take you back to, remember when news anchor Laura Logan was caught over there?
Yeah.
And the men grabbed her and were trying to rip her hair out and were pulling her.
Yeah, savages.
Separate, but
yes.
They were yelling as they were trying to kill her until a group of women who were women who were Palestinian and or Muslim women gathered around and saved her life. And literally, it's just a gripping story.
Yeah.
But the point is that they knew she was an American and they were calling her Jew. In other words, they view all of us. So anybody that thinks this is a Jewish-Palestinian conflict, if you're an American,
It's the West.
to them,
Yes.
you're a Jew.
Yeah.
So just understand the word Jew or Jewish applies to all of us. They want to, and that's really what it has been reported by every reporter I know over there, is that this is a hatred, as we are an extension of those they hate. And so thus, this is Americans too. And the other thing I'll just point out to you, that we're hearing that there are protests on both sides, Greater Philadelphia area, the Jewish Federation, as well as those pro-Hamas groups are planning today. They're planning all kinds of demonstrations. So we're going to have this in our area. We're going to be, and I hope it remains peaceful, but we have this today.
Well, let me just say one thing too. I'm not religious, so I'm probably the last person who should speak on this. But in my opinion, there are all these different religions that help people and make people feel better and all that stuff. Like I can get behind that 100%. There's one religion that wants to blast us back into the Stone Age.
Right.
That's all I'm saying.
Sure.
Is that, when you say, largely it's a religion of peace, I understand that, but their teachings are very anti-gay. They're very anti-women. They believe Jews and everybody in the West are Satan. So I don't know how when they believe that so strongly, I don't know how you fight that.
And let me point out, I'm glad you mentioned about, them being against women and homosexuality. Some of the Gen Z dopes out there yesterday, there were pictures at protests where you had Gen Z young people that fall in the LGBTQ plus community. And I'll use the Q for the word queer, right? There were signs that said Queers for Palestine. And everybody was photo captioning it, like Outkick, Fox News, all sorts of conservative outlets were saying, hey, does anybody want to let him in on the secret? Queers for Palestine, they will kill you.
Literally will stone you.
Yes.
But
they're so dumb.
We have to be careful because, I think we have to be careful in talking about this and reporting on this, because on one hand, here in America, and what you're pointing out is how blessed we are. And so there are mosques. There's a huge mosque that has just gone up in New Jersey. So I think there is a huge difference. I worked for years in Chicago. I worked with one of Farrakhan's son-in-law. I mean, there's a huge difference between us as American-born individuals who believe in free speech and free religion and don't believe in violence as the answer.
Right.
I mean, our Bible, the Old Testament Bible says, women should be stoned and stifled, basically. So, I mean, we can look at any religion and say stuff, but I'm just saying there's a huge difference between what we have here in America and other countries as opposed to the radicalism that's happening in the Middle East. Right? And so, but to me, what's scary was that the protests in Philadelphia over the weekend, they were specifically saying, cheer on Hamas. Who are those? And that's what Greg is pointing out, that so now by extension you're saying cheer on the people who were raping and murdering.
They're literally going house to house.
Going
They're
house to house and
going
pulling like little girls and mommies and murder. Like, oh my God!
They're doing what the Nazis did in World War II.
That's correct.
There is an equal equivalence to what the Nazis did in World War II to what these
This is the worst.
guys are doing.
This is the worst tragedy to these people since the Holocaust.
And people are cheering this on.
And to cheer that on,
right? It's sickening. And there's two little caveats I want to tie into this with this country and with intelligence. One, think about where we are right now. Let's start within our country and work our way over across the pond, so to speak. So in America right now, we know, and the criminals know, we will not prosecute crimes. We will not have a law and order society. We also know that our border is a wide open sieve. You can come up through the southern border and get into this country at an easier ability than ever before. 304,000 just in 1 month alone last month. And globally. So if the criminals in this country know it. The career criminals in this country know it. If everybody in this country, in Mexico, and around the globe knows the southern border is wide open, and then globally, which I mentioned in the big take, Russia goes into Ukraine. China's messing around with Taiwan, Iran, North Korea, Israel, Hamas. You think right now there's probably 5 or 6 global tensions, global escalation, whatever you want to call it, all while this president, Joe Biden, is the president of the United States of America. And why is it happening? Because in this country, criminals know that prosecutors, cops, and the government are weak. And Joe Biden exudes weakness across the global stage. We were told for years in 2017, in 2018, in 2019, Donald Trump will lead us into World War III. And yet everything they said about that guy is happening right now under Joe Biden. And everybody with evil, sinister intentions in this country or around the globe is cashing in and capitalizing on it. Because this guy does nothing. They were having a barbecue at the White House yesterday.
I know.
Did you see that?
Yes.
You talk about a
Oh, my
PR
goodness.
nightmare. And then Clinton hasn't said a word. Obama hasn't said a word. And we've got this Wall Street Journal report that we'll get to in a little bit, probably next segment. But the other thing I just want to mention, and I'm just thinking out loud here. And look, I don't know anything about intelligence or, security and how to thwart terrorism. But this wasn't just, 6 or 7 individuals hijacking a plane.
No.
I mean, this was hundreds of people, and it was almost as if Israel, the United States, and any Western ally had no idea that this was on the verge of happening.
Yep.
That is an intelligence communication failure of the biggest magnitude in 20 years.
And I have to wonder, I do wonder, as this news broke over the weekend, and now if you're just waking up to this, the latest report is that Israel has retaken control, at least of the southern part of Israel. And so that's a bit of some good news here as they're talking about explosions. But it did make me wonder on Saturday when the news broke of this horrifying scene that was going on. And I wondered, I wonder if the intelligence community was hearing that there was some major terrorist action that was being planned. And is that why on Wednesday they made that sudden announcement as far as the southern border? Remember, we talked about it on Thursday morning then, and we said, what was this? And everybody was, trying to theorize why suddenly Blinken, right, would suddenly say, okay, we have an acute, that was the word he used, acute problem, and we want to shore up the border. So was it that they heard some traffic and they didn't know where it was going to hit, but they knew that there was a major terrorist action somewhere in the world? I mean, I'm just putting this out there. It's suppositioning, obviously, but I do have to wonder now, looking back,
Correct.
Because it was not, we knew that. Remember on Wednesday morning we said, today Biden at 1:00, he's planning to talk about student loan debt and he's going to make a major announcement. I mean, there was nothing on the docket, no indication that Blinken would do this. And then it just seemed to come out of nowhere.
So I want to start with this because I was going to say this for the cut sheet. I can play it later too. I'm going to go to cut 14 here. So this started around 11:30 Eastern time, like our time. Joe Biden came out Saturday afternoon and said this, cut 14.
I got up this morning and started this at 7:30, 8 o'clock, my calls. Hamas terrorists crossing in Israel, killing not only Israeli soldiers, but Israeli civilians.
So he started 7:30, 8 o'clock. Are you saying that
he got up early on the weekend?
Me?
Yeah.
Like, I was up before that because, I'm a 3-year-old. But, like, I knew this before our commander-in-chief. You're telling me nobody woke him up in the middle of the night just to say...
Greg, he's almost 81. He doesn't have time for this. All right?
Like, 7, I got up, had my coffee. Oh, yeah, and then they told me about, what was basically 9/11 for Israel.
Yep.
You can't wake the commander-in-chief up. Our biggest ally is under attack.
Right.
And you can't wake him up in the middle of the night? Are you effing kidding me?
The biggest atrocity to people of Jewish descent since the Holocaust. And I'm surprised they didn't let Joe start his workday at noon because he normally works noon to 4.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Like
they had to have had, to your point, they had to have had a conversation.
Yes.
And they're like, shh. And Commander was barking, shh, down boy, don't bite anybody, don't bark. They're just, shh, granddad's sleeping.
Yep.
So who's running the country?
He literally acted like it was, woke up this morning, read the New York Times, had some coffee, had my brand cereal to make sure I was regular all day.
Right, put my
And this is the
dentures in.
commander-in-chief.
Yes.
This is the commander-in-chief. And, by the way, the House is a mess right now. We don't have a speaker. Like, we look like we're like an unmade
mess.
We're an unmade bed right now.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
And Trump would have had the Moab and the, you know what I mean, on the way, baby. They would have had the plan.
I mean, under Trump, it was F around and find out, and nobody messed with us or nobody messed with anybody else around the globe. Yeah, Trump leaves, Biden's in office, and it's like, here comes World War III. Okay.
I know they're trying to blame Trump right now for his policy, his pro-Israel policy, and they're trying to say, oh, Trump teed this up and he created this. Well, I simply think that you have a to your point, a commander-in-chief asleep, slept well and soundly as Americans among those victims, being murdered and slaughtered. This policy, the fact that anybody would blame this on a previous administration is ridiculous.
I know.
2 a.m. You wake his ass up, and you say, "Hey, by the way, Israel's under attack right now. We need to form some sort of a plan." How are we gonna?
You can almost see
statements?
it in a movie, right?
Exactly.
You can almost see them going into the commander's room or knocking on the door or ringing the phone, and he rolls over and picks up the phone. Hello.
We have engineers at this radio station on call for some dopey, for a bunch of dopey radio stations.
Yeah.
And yes, I can say that.
Right.
I'm on call if need be.
Right.
My phone is never on. Well, it's kind of on silent.
It
but,
is.
but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
The commander-in-chief should never, ever get a peaceful night's sleep.
Yep.
So you're saying
I'm sorry.
Our great engineer Dave Scalish would have done more
Yes.
overnight.
That's right.
I've seen him do more.
When my mic stand breaks mid big take, he's in here in 8 minutes.
Yes. It's unbelievable.
Amazing.
And our commander-in-chief was like, 7:30, 8 o'clock when I got up on a Saturday.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Right. I had to have my blueberry morning. 855-839-1210. Let's continue this conversation on the other side, and also the report from the Wall Street Journal that Hamas says the attacks on Israel were backed by Iran. We'll get into that as we wrap up hour number 1 of Kayal and Company on the other side.
From local town councils to Capitol Hill, agents who are realtors are standing up for what's right. We're here protecting property rights. Here advocating for the issues that affect our neighborhoods. Here championing fair and equitable housing for all. Because we are realtors, bound by a code of ethics, driven to serve our communities. We're here for it all. Here for you. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
Doors take us to summers away or winter adventures and afternoon getaways. Your dedicated Fidelity advisor can help you open those doors by working with you on a comprehensive plan to help you reach your wealth's full potential. Because doors were meant to be opened. Visit fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimum supply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE SIPC.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Just a reminder, as I've been doing for years, about batteries plus bulbs in Mount Laurel and Northfield. My buddy Roy, this guy had the vision of old-fashioned customer service married with technology to build custom battery packs, smartphone repairs, game console repairs. Give him a call. Anything in the technology field, you'll get old-fashioned customer service and great technical skill. Call him at 856-638-0778. Batteries plus bulbs, Mount Laurel and Northfield stores.
The day we all feared. The stock market went down and then kept going.
2008, when the markets lost over 50% of their value. But that was over a decade ago. Today, it's not so painful. Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group calls that financial amnesia. When you forget the pain of losing half your savings, and more importantly, ignore the fact that it can happen again. A complimentary consultation from Retire Ready Financial Group can show you where you stand now before the next market pullback. You're much closer to retirement than you were in 2008. Don't let it happen again. Call Jim Cipriotti at 610-894-7415 for a complimentary consultation. That's 610-894-7415 or online at retirereadyfg.com. You can forget where you put your keys, your glasses, or even your car. Don't forget to protect your retirement. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriati, NPN number 2083768.
Honey, I got a guy to fix our roof.
Oh no. The last time your friend recommended a guy, we had to get the repairs repaired.
It's not just any guy, it's PJ Fitzpatrick. Look, they have thousands of 5-star reviews and over 40 years of experience. PJ can fix leaky windows, broken siding, rotted trim, and damaged leaking roofs in just one day. Plus, PJ Fitzpatrick can even clean our gutters.
That's my kind of guy. What are you waiting for? Visit trustpj.com and set up an appointment today. TrustPJ.com.
Don't miss Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor, at a special time this Saturday morning at 10. Get accurate information so you can make the right medical decisions. Your radio doctor this Saturday morning at 10 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don't miss Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Katsaros and Mark Cumberland, Saturdays at 1 p.m. Find out all you need to know about home buying and selling. Considering a career in real estate? Visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com. Good News in Real Estate, Saturdays 1 p.m. on WPHT.
You know, the last time WPHT travelers visited Italy, many of you discovered northern Italy with my friend Dom Giordano. Well, next we're heading to southern Italy on a gastronomical tour of the most gorgeous coastline in the entire world, the Amalfi Coast. Join me for 12 magical days in luxury with the very best, the professionals from Conservative Tours. And yeah, if I'm putting my good name on the line, I want to travel with the best tour operator in all of Italy, my friends at Conservative Tours, A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. We're going to take the high-speed jet foil to the Isle of Capri, 5267. That includes your airfare, luxury hotels, fabulous dining events. You'll be talking about this years from now. Call toll-free 888-733-9494, or you can go to conservativetours.com. You'll see my picture there, and it'll take you through. You can see the entire itinerary. I'm so excited. Come away with me. Abbey of Monte Cassino, Italy's best-kept secrets, Puglia, medieval Caserta, Sorrento, Pompeii, and, of course, the ancient sites in Rome, all before heading home. Join me next spring in Italy. I'll see you on the Isle of Capri. ConservativeTours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
Kayal coming 6:53 here on this Monday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, 855-839-1210 to jump aboard. A lot coming up in hour number 2. Of course, we've got the cut sheet at 7:45. But obviously the big story of the day, I mean, it's such a big story that even from the way a presentation is being put on Fox News this morning, the morning show Fox and Friends are not like on their normal like couch and futon setup. They're at like a news desk because this is such a serious thing and you want to present it in a certain way. I'm sure you guys saw this yesterday, the Wall Street Journal with a report that the headline reading that Hamas says attacks on Israel were backed by Iran, to which Jennifer Griffin doing some fact-checking on Fox News, trying to claim that if anybody is saying that $6 billion in that swap with Iran contribute to this, they're saying, well, that might not necessarily be the case. She says the $6 billion is still currently held in a Qatar bank, along with the U.S. Treasury oversight, she's told. The money came from Iranian oil sales to South Korea and did not include any U.S. taxpayer dollars for what that's worth. North Korea spokesperson Adrian Watson said in a statement, quote, "Not a single cent from these funds have been spent, and when it is spent, it can only be spent on things like food and medicine for the Iranian people." So you could take that for whatever it's worth, or you could say, well, Hamas, are they playing politics by saying, these attacks on Israel were backed by Iran? Because they know what the headlines are. They know what the news is, that the U.S. made this, this swap of people and cash and unfroze, $6 billion worth of funds.
It's no question that the money came from Iran.
No doubt.
Or the funding for this came from Iran. I think the issue is that it's into question whether it was actually this $6 billion that we released to them on 9/11. But let me ask you a question: if you knew you're going to be flush with cash soon with $6 billion.
Exactly.
Would it matter if you spent a little more?
No, you're on a free roll, so to speak.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. So it's all semantics. Like, yes, technically it wasn't this, like, they didn't go to the ATM and withdraw $6 billion and say, here's your money for, to carry out this heinous attack.
Yeah.
But it's all there.
Yes,
you know
it
what I
is.
mean? So I don't know.
And just thinking out loud real quick, and this is what scares me about the United States right now. And I just saw on Fox News, they showed the battle between pro-Hamas, pro-Israel on the streets of New York. And cops had to intervene and break it up and, keep everything, so to speak, mostly peaceful. You know what happens now? Whether it's in Philadelphia or New York, if our law enforcement is focused on these two groups not starting an actual fight in the streets or killing each other or whatever it is, you know what that does? That distracts law enforcement, which gives an opportunity for the criminals in this country that already don't get arrested, that already don't get prosecuted, to have open season on more looting and more rioting. Hey, now seems like a good time to go rob Target. All the police officers are focused on pro-Israel and pro-Hamas. Let's go for it. He's like, this is what happened. This is the world we live in right now.
Yeah, and I think, to Greg's point and your point as well, thinking about, Israel is surrounded by enemies, right? If you look at all the statements from Iraq, Iran, Syria, Iran and Syria issuing statements of support for Hamas. Boom. So, the question, everybody's quoting the Wall Street Journal, good for them and their sourcing, but, the question is, how did we... Israel is like the best, right? They're the bad A as far as their intelligence community. The fact that their intelligence community did not see this coming, the fact that our intelligence community apparently did not see it coming.
Right.
So this is horrible in the world and concerning, because if they didn't see this, and this was a major planned attack, and obviously it was not sudden. It was by, air, by land, by sea, in multiple, coordinated attacks,
Correct.
right?
Yep.
So that's a concern, that they were planning this level of an attack, and nobody saw this coming.
And if you don't think
what else is coming?
Right. If you don't, that's exactly where I'm going. If you don't think there are already sleeper cells in this country right now, and I'm talking about the United States of America, you're sadly mistaken. You mentioned in the news this morning, 151 on the terrorist watch list up through the southern border.
The FBI, yes.
Right. So if you don't think a few have slipped through the cracks and that stuff's being plotted in this country, I got something to tell you.
And Lebanese, Iran, Syria, Lebanese Hezbollah congratulating Hamas on a large-scale heroic operation. So this is what Israel is surrounded by. I know we have, right now, I don't know if they're there yet, but they were on the way as of, I was monitoring this until I couldn't sleep last night until the wee hours, but we have, battleships heading over there, sending reinforcements, etc. And so it's just concerning to see Netanyahu, this is war. That declaration yesterday that happened, it's, this is not something that is quick, and this is something that obviously involves us, all of us.
Yep. 855-839-1210. Hour 2 is on the way, and some great polling news for Donald Trump as we kick off the 7 o'clock hour next here on Kayal and Company.
Jesse Kelly here. Do you feel protected? My personal protection plan is owning gold. The Oxford Gold Group helps you buy gold to have on hand or convert it into your 401k. If things get weird, I have gold on hand. I like that. You can buy coins or convert part of your 401k with the Oxford Gold Group. It's easy and safe. 833-995-GOLD. That's 833-995-GOLD. 833-995-GOLD.
Having repairs done in your apartment should never come with strings attached, like being harassed and constantly pressured for sexual favors.
My landlord told me my rent would be free if I gave him something in exchange.
The Fair Housing Act protects you from harassment by anyone associated with your housing, including someone making unwelcome sexual advances. If this happens to you, file a complaint with HUD. No strings attached. To learn more, visit HUD.gov/fairhousing. If you fear for your safety, call 911. A public service message
message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Jalen Hurst here with Harley from Window Nation.
Jalen, don't you love the home field advantage?
Absolutely. Do you?
I love that in the home improvement field, Window Nation gives you a big advantage.
Like what?
Custom-made, energy-efficient windows with tons of options, expertly installed and backed by the best customer service team anywhere.
So that means lower energy bills, higher home value, and peace of mind?
And savings, Jalen. So buy 2 windows and get 2 free, plus no interest for 2 whole years.
Get the Window Nation advantage for your home. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Hey, this is Mike Quick. If you're in the restaurant, hospitality, or casino business and your point-of-sale system isn't helping you sell more, earn more, or work less, you need to talk to my friends at PDQ Signature Systems. PDQ has everything you need for success. PDQ POS is the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS system available. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, Joe Flynn and his team will create a custom game plan that will help your business succeed. Visit pdqpos.com.
Hey, Paoli. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Kayal and Company, 7:01, hour 2 underway here on a Monday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, 855-839-1210. If you want to jump in, have your say on the conversation, you can get us on the socials at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, watch us live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. What's on the cut sheet is coming up at 7:45. You will certainly hear some audio in relation to everything going on with Israel and Hamas. Also, some other stories that we will get to this hour. Some great polling news for Donald Trump. Also, an interesting battle and an interesting development in the world of COVID with the CDC. We're going to get to that. And more bad news for the Bidens, whether it's college funds or tensions mounting with the Secret Service. Apparently, Joe's got a history with the Secret Service, and it's not just about dog bites. We'll tell you about that story as we continue this morning. But let's get the news going, round number 2. And for that, we go to Dawn Stenzeland at 7:03.
And good morning this Monday morning, October 9th, as we're starting out chilly in some regions, in the 40s actually, and 50s. So a chilly morning, no doubt. And we're sponsored this morning by American Heritage Credit Union this morning. So let's talk about what's happening right now. We do have a lot of breaking news. Right now in southern Israel, the time, it's about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, obviously with the time difference. So the update here this morning, if you're just waking up to this and you had not heard here in our region and across the country, reaction is swift as we hear that war has been declared by Prime Minister Netanyahu, the Israeli people under siege, and the updated casualties as well. We know now that more than 800 Israelis have been killed, slaughtered really, in this attack. And the reaction from our local leaders as well is swift. So as we hear about this, some 400 Palestinians also killed in as we look at the backlash from that over the weekend. So it all started on a very holy day, and that's important to point out. What happened actually 50 years ago in 1973, if you think about what happened, they planned this attack not only on one of the holiest Jewish days and the celebration following that, but on the all-important 50-year anniversary, right, of October 1973.
Yep.
And that also leads us to believe that Wall Street Journal report that I know you'll talk more about, and you've talked about, Nick, that this was planned and they wanted it to be on a holy high holiday for Jews, not just in Israel, but around the world, and as well an important anniversary.
Which, doesn't that almost add to the fact of how can you have such an intelligence failure I mean, not to compare anything, but that would be like something that would be like the United States being caught off guard on September 11th, 2027. Like on certain days, I mean, you're remembering these things and the tragic circumstances. Like that's one of the days that you can least afford to allow anything to happen. I would think, with the way my brain works, but
Yeah, that's well put. So the death toll rising as the day goes forward, because again, it's the afternoon there, as we know that some 800 plus Israelis killed, 400 plus Palestinians killed. And this as Hamas started this, launching the biggest attack on Israel in a lifetime, 50 years, killing at least 1,200 and wounding more than 2,000 with the barrage of rockets as gunfights are reported in cities, especially southern Israel. So this morning for us, Eastern time, we're hearing from Israeli officials now that they have secured those areas. But the fighting continues. So Governor Josh Shapiro of Pennsylvania releasing a statement condemning the horrific acts of war in Israel by Hamas and their enablers. So Shapiro writing that word enabler, and we've talked about all of the statements from, Iraq, Iran, Lebanon, etc. And even Saudi Arabia's statement was a bit lukewarm, and so that was concerning to many. But Governor Shapiro releasing the statement, these attacks on innocent Israeli civilians are abhorrent and warrant world condemnation and outrage. Our family has shared many special moments in Israel, and our hearts break for those living this horror now. We stand in solidarity against terror and are praying for all people in Israel. And I'll just point out Pennsylvania's Congressman Guy Reschenthaler, who is a friend of WPHT, saying, putting out word that Israel's under attack by Hamas terrorists. America unequivocally standing with the American people, with the people of Israel. And then he had retweeted that statement, that video statement from Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. So just to give you a sense of some of the local reaction, but pointing out that this was on one of the holiest days of the year and Shabbat as well. And that's why all those young people were out celebrating, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so that was part of their plan. But the devastation this morning and the death toll grows. Whew. So, and we're covering the latest reaction because now I'm getting word that in fact, as we talked about, there were pro-Hamas demonstrations here in Philadelphia as well as in New York. Now we're hearing there will be more demonstrations in Philadelphia and the surrounding area as well. So pro-Israeli demonstrations as well as pro-Hamas demonstrations.
I know you mentioned Shapiro. Has anybody locally from Kenny on down said anything, or have they been completely silent?
No,
I haven't seen a statement, but
I think everybody is saying we're with is condemning the deadly attacks.
Okay.
But it is odd that we have not seen major statements, from, for example, the Clintons, as you mentioned, the Obamas earlier, which is odd. And I will say there were many people over the weekend who said, even mainstream media, it was odd. It was not everywhere, right?
Yep.
Of course, news organizations touched upon it, and yes, it was on a weekend, but it just did not feel as if it was everywhere. Even contrast it this way. Think about the coverage over the weekend, even over the House speakership the previous weekend.
Right.
And then compare and contrast the Republican infighting situation, how that was everywhere.
Yeah.
I don't know. Was this story covered in an equal way?
Well, also compare and contrast Republicans today versus the Republicans of old. Think about it with the first Bush conflict, second Bush conflict. Trump comes in. I'm going to steal your phrase, Dawn. Peace and prosperity. Now the Republican Party is the party of peace. It's really a remarkable shift in dynamic in the last 30 years, so to speak, probably to some extent because of one man, an outsider that, which again, the establishment in the swamp, they love war because war is profitable. Here comes the outsider who's like, no, I'll put out tweets. You're not going to, none of this is going to fly under my watch. By the way, I've got some old tweets from 2018 where Trump was tweeting about North Korea, basically saying, stand down. I've got a bigger button than you do, Kim. Yeah. But the mean tweets.
And so it's interesting in the political world and the news world, although I will say for Hollywood, you have Madonna, Natalie Portman, Ivanka Trump, who we know she and her husband Jared are, obviously she's Jewish, and we can think of the famous, where she was at the wall and so on. So Ivanka Trump as well, releasing statements, love and prayers for Israel and talking about those killed and how devastating it is. So Hollywood, in essence, seemed to be quicker to, put out words of love and prayers and support and solidarity with Israel than many in the political sphere.
Mm-hmm. No, Hollywood wakes up earlier than Joe Biden does, so that explains that.
It's true.
Oh, my goodness.
Hey, we can't get Joe on the phone. He's still sleeping. Let's get Natalie Portman. What's her number? Natalie.
Natalie she's got her morning workout.
Exactly.
Yeah, even Madonna.
Hey, you're going to have to put Zumba on hold, Nat. We got conflict.
My goodness. So much going on today. Of course, the good news of the day that we'll talk about for us locally is Eagles win. We're 5-0. We're undefeated, and we're facing the Jets. So I predict we'll be 6-0, and then our schedule gets a little tougher after that if you look beyond it. And then, of course, our Phils are hot in not so hot Atlanta against the Braves. Game 2 in the series again tonight. So we're all rooting on our sports teams. NBC 10 first alert forecast. When we think about fall, and on this day, many children off school. This is Columbus Day. If maybe you haven't heard, it's Columbus Day because nobody in Philadelphia calls it that. It's technically Indigenous Peoples Day.
Yeah.
A lot of schools are off. It's technically a federal holiday, but I will say a lot of colleges, like Penn State, they have class today.
Okay.
So many colleges, many people at work, because nobody says Columbus Day anymore.
That's right. No mail today either.
No mail.
Okay.
It's federal holiday, but
Get the nap for an extra 2 minutes today.
We are sponsored this morning on this chilly 62-degree but sunny fall-like day, and that's much of the weather this week. We might see a sprinkle of rain, by the way, this evening. That's our NBC 10 First Alert forecast. But we're sponsored by American Heritage Credit Union, the place for first-time home buyers, in-house realtors, a $500 lender credit for new homeowners. Just visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/FTH for details. Loans subject to credit approval, insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS 433838. Thank you, American Heritage Credit Union, for sponsoring our news. Lots of breaking news this morning. Here on Kayal and Company.
Thank you very much, Dawn. 855-839-1210, the number. Some bad news for the Bidens coming up in about 10 minutes. But this is also bad news for Biden and really good news for Donald Trump. So this is the latest kind of collection of all of the polling data that we have for the general election coming up in just about 13 months. And it factors in the Real Clear Politics average and then every other polling service out there, from M-Consult, Messenger, Sussa, New York Post, NPR/PBS, YouGov, Marquette, ABC/The Washington Post, NBC News, Yahoo, and Emerson. So those are all 12 of the major polling services out there. The date ranges from September 14th through October 3rd. Sample sizes ranging from as small as 700 people to as many as 5,000 people. Your typical margin of error, 2.5% to 3.5%. And the results are as follows. Of the 12 services, Trump leads 5, Trump is tied in 5, and Joe only leads 2. The Real Clear Politics average, Trump is up 1.1 point. Trump is up 3 in the Messenger poll, 3 in the New York Post, 3 in Marquette, plus 10 in the ABC News Washington Post poll. They are tied in Sussa, M-Consult, NBC News, Emerson, and Yahoo. Joe's only 2 advantages are a 2-point lead in the NPR PBS poll and a 5-point lead in the YouGov poll. And I've been talking a lot about with polls and data and the betting markets and just the word momentum. If you are the Trump campaign, and I say this as somebody that always reiterates, take polls with a grain of salt. And I'm not trying to be too caught up in the moment. But that being said, it is really looking like Joe Biden is crashing and burning in polls. Donald Trump, on many fronts, rising and steadily going up the board. And that's not even just from the indictments and the court cases. You know, that we talked a lot last week about his 2 or 3 days in court in New York. We know he's got Georgia, Fulton County coming up, D.C., Mar-a-Lago. But even things that transpired this weekend under Joe Biden's watch, you know, with an ally like Israel caught completely off guard. We talked about the intelligence failure for Israel, for the United States. All of this stuff, on top of what was the PR nightmare last week? The border. Oh, now all of a sudden we're going to finish the wall. Every day, every week, every month that goes by, you continue to see the abject disaster that is this administration. Trump seems to get stronger and stronger, the attacks against him, the persecution, the prosecution. And you just look at, well, we were told this would happen with Trump, and it didn't. And then it ended up happening with and under Joe Biden. This should really not surprise you that these polls are so pro-Trump or a coin flip. Basically, 5 advantage Trump, 5 deadlock tie, 2 advantage Joe Biden. I think if you're in the Trump camp this morning, you feel really, really good about it, about where you are now, just about 1 year out. So we'll continue. 855-839-1210, the number. More bad news on the way for Joe Biden and his son, Hunter Biden, as we continue Kayal and Company here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. When it comes to all your home improvement needs, trust is everything. And that's why for years, I've been talking about the amazing work my friends Stephanie and Matt and the entire team at Emmons has done for me and my home. My roof, doors, windows, siding, and yes, remodeling projects. Emmons can bring that same quality of work to all of your kitchen and bathroom remodeling needs. Roofing, siding, windows, doors, and now baths and kitchens. Emmons is the Delaware Valley's one-stop shop for all of your home improvement needs. Call 856-556-3229 and get a free estimate, or go online to emmonsroofing.com, or even better, come visit the Emmons Design Showroom in Cherry Hill. emmonsroofing.com. It's about trust, it's about quality, it's about great work, and that's why me and my family have used them for basically every project we've done to improve our home. emmonsroofing.com.
You're invited to witness a groundbreaking documentary, America's Retirement Dilemma, a documentary of Wall Street's rigged system, featuring powerful exclusive interviews such as the president and CEO of the leading analytics firm over Wall Street, Del Bar Incorporated, Lou Harvey, who explains why Wall Street is not set up to have a fiduciary duty to the everyday investor.
Wall Street is not set up to handle a fiduciary relationship. Too expensive to replace all of my compensation systems, retrain all of my people. The whole structure that's been built over the last 100 years would have to be turned on end. I would have to be brutally negative. We have an industry that has been built on caveat emptor, buyer beware.
Hear this and more exclusive interviews with powerful industry leaders, esteemed economists, and top researchers at the Springfield Country Club, October 24th. Registration is required. Call Crash Proof Retirement, 800-722-9728.
You get up every morning and make it all work. You make the hospitals and the labs work. You keep the shelves stocked, the cash registers ringing, the production lines producing. At Vestas, we have the uniforms and workplace supplies you need to do what you do every day. When you think uniforms, floor mats, first aid kits, restroom supplies, think Vestas. Vestas, uniforms and workplace supplies for the people who make it all work. Learn more at Vestas.com.
40 days to lose 20 to 40 plus pounds, guaranteed with NJ Diet. It only takes 40 days to lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds. They use your hair, saliva, and blood work to personalize supplements that will target your hormonal imbalances so you can shed that fat. Then NJ Diet uses DNA info to help you keep it off. Locations in King of Prussia, Cherry Hill, and Newark, Delaware, or from anywhere with live online video consultations. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or NJDiet.com, NJDiet.com.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands done. Leaves raked. It's time to give yourself a reward. You know you've been waiting all day for your favorite tasty cake treat, but which one? There are so many great choices. Is it the delicious Crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? No matter what you choose or where you are, it's always time for a tasty cake, so choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. tasty cake, accept no substitutes.
Hi, Philly. It's Emmett Smith again. If there's one thing I know about you folks, you're fierce competitors, tough as nails, even when it comes to pushing through aches and joint pain. But you don't have to waste that Philly grit dealing with pain anymore, thanks to QC Kinetics.
Like Emmett said, hand over the pain once and for all to QC Kinetics to get relief in your knees, hips, shoulders, and back without surgery or harmful medications. They use your body's own healing properties right at the source of the nonstop pain, making you feel like yourself again.
Come on now. You don't want a Dallas fella whipping up on you just because of that joint pain holding you back. Nah, this is a personal challenge for me, Emmett Smith. Take care of your business. Get relief from that pain once and for all.
Challenge accepted. Go ahead. Call QC Kinetics today.
Call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. That's 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Kayal Company, 722, Monday morning, here on Talk Radio 1210. WPHT, Nick Kayal, Dawn Sensland, Greg Stocker. Hopefully all of you had a great weekend, and your work week is off to a good start. Finally feels like fall, hooded sweatshirt season. And, we have the
meats.
hoodies.
Oh.
Well, we have the meats, too. And then you get the meat sweats, and then it's a whole big
Yeah.
thing. But yes, this morning, if you're watching live on YouTube, I have donned, no pun intended, the Kayal & Company charcoal gray hooded sweatshirt with the Kayal & Company logo and Free Speech Lives Here.
Is it charcoal gray or is it light gray?
You're right. It's a heather gray.
Yeah,
It's a heather gray.
No, isn't it heather green?
Oh.
It's a light gray.
Yes.
It's a nice sweatshirt.
It is. It really is. And
It fits
you
you
can get
well.
it at the merch store.
Yeah.
Yes.
1210WPHT.com, 1210WPHT.com if you want to see it. Put the camera, Natasha, back on Nick if you would for a second here so we can model it.
So I'm wearing it today, which means you'll wear yours on Friday, I think is the rule, right?
Someday, yeah. Someday I'll wear it.
Someday.
Yeah, that's a nice it fits you well.
That time of year, man.
Fits you well. Yeah, it's a good sweatshirt type day.
I'm telling you.
It's a nice color.
It is.
I like the color. I like the white.
Yep.
But you can get it all 1210WPHT.com. Help us promote the station.
Right. Yeah,
all kinds of stuff up there.
That's right.
Help us promote the station, the show, whatever.
We've got the hooded sweatshirt, the T-shirt, the coffee mug, and of course you've got the other shows as well with all the merchandise for Rich, Dom. Dawn's is on the way as well. And by the way, I'm going to get, when the Dawn shirt is officially available, I will be making, whether I get it for free or if I have to get a purchase, I am going to wear on camera the It's a Sin shirt.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely. Everybody in the Delaware Valley will be wearing It's a Sin.
Can you imagine going to the grocery store and you just see the Dawn show, It's a Sin, as you're going down aisle 3? You're looking at the prices of food and you're like, oh my God, it used to be $3.99. It's a sin.
Should It's a Sin be on the front or the back, Dawn?
Oh, I don't know. That's why you're the brand manager. This is
your brand. This is your brand.
Skill set.
Is it my skill set? Okay. You're like I just sit here and look pretty and do the news.
That's right.
And do an amazing show.
There you go. All right, 855-839-1210. So this is more bad news for the Bidens, and you got to love this. I want to start with Joe. We'll get to Hunter here in a couple of minutes or on the other side of the next break. But Joe Biden apparently has got a long checkered history with the Secret Service. It's amazing how all these things start to kind of come to light as you wrap up year 3 in the White House. The Daily Mail with a story with how Biden's tension with the Secret Service goes back to his days and years as the vice president. And it's not just about the dogs and all of his German shepherds that can't stop biting Secret Service agents. Apparently, Joe was also a little bit of a creep and a pervert.
Oh, no.
Because Joe Biden's tension with the Secret Service goes back to his years as VP when he made female agents uncomfortable by skinny dipping.
What?
In front of them.
Wait,
Yes.
what?
So we've heard about Rudy Giuliani and what he was doing allegedly on January 6th, and we know all these politicians are all perverts and they try to impose their will on females like scumbags. Hey, skinny dipping in front of female Secret Service agents?
I forgot about that.
I didn't even know about that.
I didn't know about this either.
It was reported at the time.
Was it?
Yeah.
So wait.
I forgot about that.
This was in the Obama days.
He was vice president. He was in the pool.
This came out.
Skinny dipping in his 70s.
I didn't wait. I didn't think the White House had a pool anymore.
Was this at your pool?
Didn't one of the didn't somebody fill it in when like who had the pool? JFK, and then like would he would have all kinds of sex in the pool?
Yeah.
And then somebody came in and just like filled it in.
I guess. I didn't. I mean, think about this though. Let's do the math and work our way back. Joe's almost 81. So Obama gets into the White House in 2008.
Yep.
That's 15 years ago. Joe would have been 65 or 66. How many 66-year-olds do you know that go skinny dipping?
Well, I mean, it's very relaxing, I've heard.
Well, I know it is, but it's what I did when I was 18 when the parents were out of town and we had the pool for a couple of hours with a female. Yeah, you watch a
movie. In the pool or the hot tub?
Hot
like
tub,
I
the
could
pool,
see in the spring dance
ocean,
hot tub.
The lake, the river.
But, okay.
For years. I mean, young whippersnappers falling in love. Hey, you want to go for a skinny dip? I don't picture the vice president at 66, jumping into his going into his birthday suit and taking a nosedive.
This was reported back in 2014, and as far as the question of the pool, it was both his Delaware home and then the official Veeps residence in D.C.
Oh, so much like classified documents where Joe scatters them all about town, he skinny dips anywhere he can get the chance. It's fascinating to know. Okay. And this goes on top of the latest with his dogs.
Wait, let me just say this.
Yeah.
Barbara on the YouTube chat chimes in and she says, I have a beach house in Rehoboth. The locals swear that Biden's fence around his property was built after his neighbors got tired of watching him skinny dip.
Oh, wow.
Because they, at some point, I would have videoed it.
Yeah.
YouTube, live stream it on YouTube.
Come on.
Yeah.
What is happening?
Just telling you, man.
Like, look, to each his own. What people want to do in the privacy of their own home is But like, the Secret Service are there watching.
Mm-hmm. But like,
and there were female agents who were like, "Come on."
Yeah.
Well, allegedly it happened with his wife. Like he was doing it with his wife. So.
Oh, really? Well,
my wife's a Philly girl.
Yeah,
she's a Philly girl. So Philly girls love a good skinny dip.
Yeah.
There you go. And then on top of all the issues that we have heard about with his dogs and the German Shepherds who have bit several agents, Biden's new 2-year-old dog Commander, which we have spoken about, has bitten at least a dozen agents, plus people who work in the White House residence, requiring some of those individuals to get medical attention. And as we know, the first couple's former dog, Major, was so aggressive and prone to biting that he was rehomed to friends in Delaware. Quote, "It's outrageous. Just outrageous for those agents who risk their lives every day to protect the president," said Ronald Kessler, the author of several books on the Secret Service, who told DailyMail.com, quote, "They never know when they're going to get shot, and they have to put up with the fear of being bitten by a dog. It's just unthinkable that it went on this long." And a lot of things have been going on for a long time with our president of the United States, Joe Biden. So skinny dipping to it's weird, and I get it. Like German Shepherds, they got a fierce side to them. But if you train them well, they're incredibly loyal, good dogs. My sister's had a bunch of German Shepherds. My best friend Tom has had German Shepherds. Yeah. And like I don't want to go in that yard, unaccounted for with a German Shepherd, because if you go in there, he's probably gonna take a bite out of you. Mm-hmm. But for the most part, the fact that Joe Biden and his family can't get their dogs under control. There's that video of the German Shepherd basically pulling Joe around in circles on the leash. Just a mess.
No respect.
None.
Keith Martin on the YouTube chat writes, "California raisins skinny dipping." Oof, it's true.
Oh,
California raisins.
Yeah, California. Because it's California. All right, 729 855 839 1210, the number. One other story on Hunter Biden. If you wanted to be the most god-awful father you could be on the planet, just follow the playbook of Hunter Biden. Those details on the way as we continue here on Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. But first, let me tell you about my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. It was so great to have a truck this past weekend. My girls back in town for fall break. They've got suitcases. They were up for 2 days. They brought enough luggage like they were going on a 12-day trip to Italy with Dawn Stensland. I didn't know where I was going to put all the stuff, but thankfully with the Honda Ridgeline, I was able to take care of that. The space in the bed is fantastic, and I don't have to worry about $97 to fill my gas tank. So if you're looking for a truck that can do a lot of things that will not kill you at the pump, let me tell you about the 2023 Honda Ridgeline from the Piazza Auto Group. I got mine at the Springfield location. You could get yours in Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, or Reading, and take advantage of 0.9% APR financing. Or you can get special finance rates on some of their other models, especially their cars, the Honda Civic, the award-winning Honda Accord, CR-V, Pilot, and more. The Piazza Auto Group, 17 brands. So they've got something for everybody. 35 locations. They are so accessible. And whether you're looking for new or certified pre-owned, you can get all of it and more at piazzaautogroup.com.
Happy 62nd birthday, Granddad.
Thanks, sweetheart.
I got you this.
A mug. Oh, thank you. What does it say? Beware. If you are 60 or older, you may be at increased risk of hospitalization from RSV, respiratory syncytial virus, compared to adults younger than 60.
Not all dangers come with warning labels. Talk to your pharmacist or doctor about getting vaccinated against RSV today. Learn more at bewareofrsv.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra at the Miller Center in Reading on Wednesday, October 18th, and at Springfield High School in Delaware County, Saturday, November 11th.
Oh my God, it was amazing.
I loved it.
All his voices are fabulous, and the fact that he sings.
I couldn't imagine how good it would be with the orchestra. Awesome show.
I've never laughed so much. My cheeks hurt. I'm like, yeah.
That's Conklin and City Rhythm at the Miller Center in Reading and at Springfield High School in Delco. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Bringing in your front line is as easy as 1, 2, key. SEPTA Key Advantage is a unique and valuable transit benefit program that gives your employees all-day, everyday access to the entire SEPTA system. That means your staff can get in for their first, second, or third shifts and even travel the system on their off hours, seamlessly and affordably, all thanks to you. Learn how easy it is to customize a SEPTA Key Advantage program for your team at SEPTA.org/partnerprograms. That's SEPTA.org/partnerprograms.
I'm Tony Kornheiser, and this is my show. What, you expecting something different? Whether you're looking for deep, insightful dives into the day's top sports stories, that's why we have guests, right, Nigel? Or simply how to get change for 100, you'll find it on the Tony Kornheiser Show. From football picks from the best prognosticators in the business, including a monkey, to real-time baseball playoff analysis, to traffic in an area where you don't live. We got you covered. My friends come on, and you know them. Listen on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. Now that it's autumn, check window and door seals for proper insulation and replace your furnace air filter. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
First-time homebuyers have a one-stop trusted partner with American Heritage Credit Union. With our first-time homebuyer program, you can earn up to a $500 lender credit. Our realtors can help you shop for your first home, and qualified borrowers can even receive up to $5,000 in first front door grants. To apply with one simple application, visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/FTH. All loans subject to credit approval, insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS 433838.
For over 4 decades, Kitchen Magic has been transforming ordinary kitchens into extraordinary spaces. Our dedicated team is at the core of our success, combining expertise and creativity to drive innovation and excellence. We understand that your kitchen is more than just a space. It's where memories are made and cherished for a lifetime. We'll craft a kitchen that truly becomes the heart of your home. Discover the possibilities at kitchenmagic.com today. Now offering no money down, no interest, and no payments for 12 months on your kitchen remodel.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Question for you. How many healthcare providers do you know who schedule downtime in their offices for team training? Not many. But my good friend, dentist and board-certified prosthodontist Dr. Robert Bentz does that because he wants to ensure that he and his staff are well-versed in all the latest technology, so when he invests in new state-of-the-art equipment for his patients, he can rest assured that he and his staff can maximize the performance of the new technology. One of their latest investments is the Trios 5 scanner. Talk about amazing amazing. The Trios 5 has an incredible design which reduces the potential for patients gagging or experiencing discomfort during the impression-taking process. Plus, the process is much faster, which saves Dr. Benson his patients precious time. The scans are done, the plan is made, and the on-site lab gets to work. Dr. Benson and his staff are a well-oiled machine when it comes to your comprehensive dental care. They're always working to make that experience as comfortable and as seamless as it can be. Visit them at bentsdentalgroup.com.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
.35, Kayal and Company, rolling on live here Monday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Watch us on YouTube, youtube.com/1210WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons. Cut sheet coming up in just about 9 minutes. Also, still ahead this morning, kind of an interesting story about the fracturing of America, with two different families. One family leaving a blue state for a red state, another family leaving a red state for a blue state, not sure why. But it does highlight kind of the divide in this country. We'll get to that. Also, we'll get back to a lot of the big story of the day and the headlines surrounding it with Israel and Hamas and what tragically took place on Saturday, what continued yesterday and is going on day 3 now. And also, this is one of those. I forget the guy's name. He's one of the international on the ground reporters for Fox News. He was one of the main guys that Fox always would go to in the beginning of the Russia-Ukraine conflict. I'm drawing a blank on his name, but I just saw him on the TV again this morning over in Israel in the Middle East. I got to tell you, and I know, Dawn, you always said if CNN wants to get back to their award-winning days, the way they used to do it, would get people on the ground, boots on the ground in conflict, Fox News all over that. To do that for a living and just be basically stationed as a reporter in war zones, I mean, that takes a certain love of journalism and a special individual to be willing to do that. It's one thing to cover the White House from the press, as like Peter Doocy, and you're grilling Karine Jean-Pierre. It's another thing to be wearing a hard hat over in the Middle East as bombs are going off in the background, and Brian Kilmeade's in your ear, and you're trying to answer his questions. So I don't know how those people do it. I mean, you've done it with like ride-alongs, right? With like crime and in the city.
Yeah, I mean, I've done it at local levels, and even when I worked for CBS News Network in New York. But I've never been a war correspondent overseas. And you're right, that's next level.
Would you do it? Could you?
And
do
then
it?
I would.
Really?
Yeah.
Good for you. I don't know that I could do it.
Yeah, I would. But I think it does take a certain personality.
Right.
And they're obviously it's very dangerous.
Yeah.
And they know that going in.
Mm-hmm.
But I will say this, as we think about, and you played Jennifer Griffin, I think that's where the true journalists shine. I mean, Jennifer Griffin, the same with Catherine Herridge, I would say, who was stolen away from Fox to CBS. I don't know Jennifer Griffin's politics. And there were people over the weekend, she was quoting sources about the $9 million. You brought this up.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I have no idea what her politics is. She's reporting what her sources are saying. She's just saying, this is what the insiders are telling, and this is what I'm reporting.
Right.
So, I think there were those saying, oh, she's being political. I don't think she really was.
Okay.
I think if she had information right now that said, yeah, they specifically used the $9 billion, she'd report it immediately.
Right.
And she would race to be the first to report it if she had it confirmed, with the proper sources.
If you're adhering to your rules and guidelines of journalism, your own political personal bias shouldn't come into play. Sadly, a lot of times I think it does. You mentioned it takes a certain personality to go over and do that overseas. It also takes a certain personality and a level of being a scumbag. If you are a father, to withdraw $20,000 from your daughter's college fund and then take it and spend it on drugs and hookers. That is exactly what Hunter Biden apparently has done. In a Daily Mail exclusive, the headline reads, Hunter Biden withdrew 20 grand from daughter Macy's college fund and spent it on hookers and drugs after bankers warned that he had just 44 cents left in his bank account. Now, I want you to think about that. You're the first son. You're the son of the president of the United States. And at the time, probably in 2018, your dad was the former vice president. In late 2018, Hunter Biden withdrew 20 grand from daughter Macy's college savings to help fund a month's, that's plural, months, months-long drug and hooker binge. His private bankers at Wells Fargo, so he banks at Wells Fargo, sent him an email warning that he had just 44 cents left in his account. Now, I can tell you for two things for sure. I have more than 44 cents in my bank account.
Congratulations.
Okay?
Yeah.
And I have been at the point where I've had 44 cents in my bank account, but that was when I was 16 years old and I was a part-time busboy at Perkins. Okay? So this guy is taking out, so I don't know what is worse, and I really shouldn't even try to decipher which one is actually worse.
Yeah.
Not acknowledging Navy, your other daughter, the 4-year-old, and oh, by the way, it's like the family motto for a long time until they got crushed on that publicly. Not acknowledging that you have, what was it? They basically said we have 5 granddaughters, but the number was 6, or they acknowledged 6, but they really have 7.
They did finally release a statement about it.
Well, finally,
it
thank
was
God.
People magazine of all places,
Yes.
right?
Yeah.
So they did acknowledge, like, our son and the mother of his child, and
Yeah.
they acknowledged Navy.
London Roberts.
Yes.
Yeah.
So they did, Jill and Joe Biden, the president and first lady, did finally acknowledge this granddaughter.
Right.
And so they're I think they said something to the effect of we're trying to respect their privacy.
Oh, yeah.
But they did at least
Right.
release a statement acknowledging that.
Yeah. So you don't acknowledge that daughter for a while until you basically are forced into it. Then with your other daughter, his daughter Macy, you're taking out 20 grand, which in this day and age, that might get you through 2 years of community college and the first year of a state school perhaps. But 20 grand for college is still going to leave you a sizable chunk short of being able to pay your tuition, your room, and your board, assuming you don't get financial aid, grants, or scholarships. So when you just think about this entire family, from Joe is skinny dipping. Joe can't train his German shepherds. Hunter can't acknowledge one daughter. He takes 20 grand from the other daughter. I get it. Some people end up divorced, split families. If you have kids, at the end of the day, and I'm not one to sit here and try to give advice on how to raise your, I just tell you the way I do it. The least you could do, dude, is pay your child support. Well, first of all, acknowledge your daughter, have a relationship with her, pay your child support to the mom, and then not take out any money that is set aside for your kid's future. I don't think that that's too much to ask for, but sadly, in this country, we see a lot of what I like to call deadbeat dads. And, one of the worst things that a kid can have or not have, it's one thing that 50% of marriages end in divorce. The negative aspect is this, fathers have an impact on their child's lives, whether you're a dad with a boy or you're a dad with twin daughters. If they don't have that father figure in their life, you look at the stats and the data, and it's got a negative impact for them growing up, whether it's a boy or girl.
Now, Maisie just graduated last May, and we covered it. That's why Joe Biden was here, remember?
Yep.
From Ivy League, University of Pennsylvania.
Yes.
But this backs up, the timing is curious to me. She was in high school at the time.
Right.
It was 2018. What I don't understand, because we have 529 accounts that since our boys were born that we put money into.
You can't touch.
You can't. I don't even understand. And that's why the IRS got involved. That's why we're now, and that was part of the Ziegler testimony that came out, right, with the whistleblowers coming out on this, because I don't even understand how you could take nearly 40 grand out. You're going to be hit with major taxes,
Huge
right?
penalties. Huge penalties.
So I don't even when we do it, it has to be official. You have to fill out certain forms. You have to put your child's, they're the beneficiary of it with their social security number.
Right.
I truthfully don't even know how he looted it unless he falsified the documents, which is a crime, if I'm not mistaken.
Shocking. A Biden committing a crime and not being upfront about money. And,
yeah, because you have to fill out, it's a pain.
Oh, yeah.
Even it's your money that you put away for your kids.
Paperwork hell.
And you have to do all this paperwork. They have to properly get it. You can't even respond like to their actual email. You have to respond to it, file that to a certain thing.
Mm-hmm.
If you fax it, you basically have to go to a secure fax. I mean, it's really a rigmarole.
Yep.
And we have, like, our oldest son is at Penn State right now, so we're paying, out of that.
Mm-hmm.
They make it official for a reason. And by the way, they send the funds directly to the educational institution.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't even get how he had to have, by my accounts, he had to have falsified the documents. And so why, I mean, if I did this, Nick, because we have a lot of money, right, in our 529s work, I think they threaten like felonies in jail.
As they should.
So,
well, think of the timeline too. So if she just graduated last spring, as you mentioned, Joe and Jill were here at Penn or whatever it was locally,
and she would have been the date. Maisie was in high school.
That would have been. So if
2018,
right?
So
if she graduated college in 2023, assuming it took her only 4 years, she would have either been a junior or senior in high school. Which actually, I would say, no matter when you take it out from your daughter, it's a scumbag move. But you're doing it now, right as she's on the verge of going into college, right?
Right.
Like, you didn't do it to her when she was 9 and she didn't know about it. Not that that's a defense, but you do it as she's on the verge of graduating high school to go into college. And then I want to know, like, did she know that it was withdrawn? Or did she just find out all of a sudden there was nothing in the account? And then
no, because you as the parent, because they're an underage person.
So they don't have, I guess.
So our kids, like, no, the child, because they're a minor, they're a teenager, wouldn't.
Yeah.
But my question is, if the IRS reportedly was considering felony charges, and all of us would face felony charges, as we should, because this is money that we had tax deferred.
Yep.
And so it's a special taxing situation. Why then in 2018, why didn't they, when they realized it was looted? It doesn't really matter what it was spent on.
Right.
If you went out and spent it on like something, I don't know, some bill or something, that is just a sidebar, even more egregious. But no matter what, if I had like a family emergency and I tried to take that 529 money out, I would have to justify it, and certainly then to the IRS. I don't get how he would be not be hit with felony tax charges, because any of us would be.
Right. Well, he's Joe Biden's son.
And this is the president who, remember, wanted to weaponize further the IRS.
That's correct.
Joe Bin.
855-839-1210 as we get to a Monday edition. It's 7:47, which means it's time for What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
What's on the Cut Sheet on this Monday is brought to you by our good friends at Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have ample inventory of brand new and beautiful pre-owned Volvos. Enjoy the luxury experience you deserve. They always go the extra mile for their customers because relationships matter at Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. I got so much stuff here, and kudos to Natasha and Anthony back there for helping me keep up with this, because stuff is breaking every second here. I've sent them about five cuts since 7:30, so I really appreciate it, guys.
Valdez took a hell of a day to be off.
Hey, exactly. Low energy. All right, let's start with the Sunday shows. Of course, the big story over the weekend was Israel's 9/11. The Israeli ambassador to the United States, Michael Herzog, was on one of the morning shows, and he basically said, we have to destroy the Hamas war machine, and we do hear that it's happening right now. This is cut one.
We know that your prime minister is promising a sustained campaign. Do you have any sense of how Israel will define success?
Well, Israel is at war. Yesterday, we were attacked by a terror organization. They infiltrated Israeli territory and killed hundreds of Israelis. At least 600 were butchered yesterday, including whole families, elderly women, children, babies were taken out of their mothers' lap and murdered. This is war, and we have to fight that war and win it. We have to destroy the Hamas war machine. In war, like in war, we have to fight it.
Yeah, and one way the United States can fight against it is, being strict and being harsh against nations that either house terrorism or support or fund terrorism or provide sanctuary or any type of safety for any of these radical extremist groups, from Hezbollah to Hamas to ISIS to Al-Qaeda, on down the list. There's always going to be conflict. There's always going to be war between nations. And you could be, anti-war, but still understand that these things happen. I don't know how anybody can support extreme terrorism. I mean, this goes beyond the rules of engagement in conflict and war. I mean, babies and kids, and I hate even bringing it up, but you see some of the images on social media this weekend. It's like a total complete disregard for another human being.
Well, the pictures of, there was the girl in her early 20s saying, "Please don't kill me," and you wonder what happened to her. There are other reports of an entire family, and they're now identifying these folks. But the videos of, especially some of the college-age students, young women being, dragged away, it's haunting, it's horrifying, it's disturbing. And they knew they were targeting people. They wanted Jews, they wanted women, they wanted children. And now, obviously, what they want is to have a human shield, because they knew all heck would break loose. But now they're demanding that Israel, and I guess the U.S., release all of these terrorist prisoners and do an exchange, do a swap for these innocent, victims who are now kidnapped hostages.
Right. And I just saw a quote on Fox News up on the screen, a graphic that said, statement from Hezbollah, that Hezbollah says that Palestine is not Ukraine. Any direct rebuttal from the United States will result, basically saying, America, stay out of this, or you're next. That's what they just said.
Well, we're already involved.
Right,
we already have.
Hezbollah threatens to attack American positions in the Middle East if the U.S. intervenes. That's the breaking report.
Colonel Jack Jacobs was on MSNBC over the weekend, and he was saying that it's difficult to envision how Hamas could have quietly accumulated so many missiles from Iran. I think I have a interesting take on this.
Okay.
Cut to
control of its own area, Katie.
Colonel, we just heard from NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Julie Sirkin that a U.S. military analyst, basically, or U.S. military official said, quote, "We were not tracking this," because I wrote this down because I thought that was important, because the U.S. wasn't tracking this attack or the planning that led up to this attack. Apparently, Israel didn't even have it on its proverbial radar as well. Why do you think the global intelligence community did not see this coming? It's such a coordinated level of an offensive move by Hamas on so many different fronts. You would think that even the ramp up to this would have been something that would have been on somebody's radar.
It's quite astonishing, and there'll be plenty of investigations to find out why this is so. But you're absolutely right. There's such close cooperation between Israeli and American intelligence. We cooperate to give intelligence information to Ukraine, both Israel and the United States. It is difficult to envision how Hamas could have, even over a long period of time, even quietly accumulated so many missiles from Iran, position them to attack at the ready. These kinds of things are relatively easy to detect. In addition, we have human intelligence. We don't. The Israelis have human intelligence assets inside Gaza. One of the things that comes to mind is that Hamas may have spent a long period of time getting rid of, isolating, imprisoning those people who they thought were fifth columnists inside Gaza, making it difficult for Israel to get human intelligence out of Gaza and correlate that with other information that they have. Even so, it is difficult to envision how Western and Israeli intelligence could miss this buildup. I'll tell you something else that's really quite astonishing. You saw and showed videos of Hamas breaching the barriers between Gaza on the one hand and Israel on the other, physical barriers with bulldozers and explosives. The fact that this area was not covered by direct fire demonstrates that there was an enormous complacency on the part of the Israelis about Hamas, about what its capabilities were. I mean, to see Hamas soldiers breach these barriers without being fired on and with such great ease demonstrates an enormous failure on the part of the Israeli Defense Force. We're going to hear a lot more about this when all the smoke is lifted, Katie.
All right. So prior to that cut, Greg, you said you had a theory as to
No. I just mean that like I think that there was an intelligence failure in this, but I'm going to play another clip from MSNBC over the weekend. By the way, to the kids in the back, it's breaking Julie NBC News. That cut, I'm going to play that in 1 second. It does seem to me like American intelligence may have known.
Well, people have their thoughts about stuff from 22 years ago and what this nation knew prior to our awful day and what could have been prevented. All theories, all certainly viable to be discussed. It seems like towards the end of that clip there that individual was talking that this was almost the Israeli armed forces kind of let their guard down. They so to speak, got lazy, maybe took something for granted, didn't expect X, Y, or Z. It's still to me odd that this level of the amount of people involved, the coordination of it could go completely undetected. And he made it sound like it was more on Israel with their failures versus what we didn't know. But think about this in our country, because I tried to tie the big take back to, all of this stuff happening under Biden that we were told was supposed to happen under Donald Trump. We now live in the United States where it seems like our federal agencies are more concerned. And we just heard the FBI's latest report about surveillance on Trump supporters for 2024. It seems like we're more worried about some guys wearing red hats and some moms showing up at school board meetings than we are about some of this other stuff. And I know that's just a kind of a tongue-in-cheek comment.
It's not,
but the public perception is you can make that argument and make that case.
Yeah, and this has, the U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin confirms that the USS Gerald R. Ford aircraft carrier, a missile cruiser, and 4 missile destroyers are heading to the region to help out, as well as U.S. fighter jets. So to your point about the warnings, America better not get involved. We're already involved, and they were deployed. They were deployed over the weekend.
Yeah.
So and they knew that. So they're just teeing that up. But as far as the points about us being distracted, I simply think that when in America we're so blessed and privileged that we tend to fight over some of these things that if you look at the world view, the rest of the world looks at us as distracted, and nothing can illustrate that better than what happened in the House with Republicans on a very public, messy display. And certainly there are already predictions that this whole nightmare, this unprecedented, historic mass murder that happened over the weekend, and now the ensuing war declaration and the battle, and the U.S. is involved, and so on, this expedites and I think silences all the chaos amongst Republicans. They're going to pick the speaker. There's no live debate on Fox. That, as we know, was canceled.
Right.
They're going to pick this speaker. They're going to get moving forward. It galvanizes all Americans, I think, and leadership, but it certainly galvanizes and is good for Republicans to get a perspective on what really matters.
Yeah. And look, Trump destroyed and finished ISIS. I believe if Joe Biden and this administration actually wanted to destroy and end Hamas or any of these other radicalized networks, they could do it, at the snap of a finger.
I mean, it's not far-fetched to say that we have our eyes on Ukraine and what they consider domestic terrorism here, as far as Trump supporters and everything like that. Maybe we did take our eye off the ball with this, and maybe it's time that we'll get to that in a second, because Anthony Blinken said absolutely not. They didn't consider that the West was so concerned with what was happening with Ukraine. We'll get to that in a second. Now, on whether our intelligence industry knew or not, this was the report on MSNBC on when was this? I think this was Saturday.
Sources tell myself, my colleague Courtney Cuby, that the U.S. intelligence officials are now considering enhanced intelligence sharing with their Israeli counterparts. Now, I want to be clear, no official decisions have been made, but as they discuss this surprise attack that they've all agreed they've been caught off guard on, according to our sources, they're looking at a plethora of options, from drones to satellites and other options as well, that they are considering in the wake of this attack. I also want to point out that no lawmakers, I'm told, have received classified briefings on this. Even top officials from the intelligence committees, even those members of that so-called Gang of Eight of the top leaders here on Capitol Hill. Former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy actually talked about this last hour. Take a listen to what he said.
There is nothing the House can do until they elect a speaker, and I don't know if that happens quickly. The speaker is part of the Gang of the Eight that takes action to be able to have the briefings and others. But think about this. Why would you ever remove a speaker during a term to raise doubt around the world?
Now, McCarthy has also been tweeting that he's spoken to the Israeli Knesset today, the speaker of the Israeli Knesset, somebody that McCarthy has visited in Israel a couple of months ago, and he made that trip months before he invited President Isaac Herzog to come deliver an address over the summer, a joint address ahead of the 75th anniversary of Israel's independence. This is clearly somebody who is acting still as if they are speaker, as we have an interim speaker, Patrick McHenry, with open questions as to what he can even do in terms of receiving this classified information that eventually, I'm told, lawmakers with that kind of power will begin to get as the administration learns more of exactly what happened behind the scenes here.
We'll get to the political aspect of this in a second. I just wanted to focus in on the first part of what she was saying there about how we're considering sharing our enhanced intelligence with our Israeli counterparts.
Makes you wonder why they weren't already.
Exactly. And if we have these enhanced capabilities, did we know that something like this was going to happen?
Well, and Dawn made a great point in the first hour with where Israel is situated. You've got the West Bank, the Gaza Strip, the Golan Heights. Like, Israel is basically centered around enemy territory every which way they look. And one of the things that should have already been a given is that they are provided the type of intelligence and the technology, and their military is pretty powerful. I believe Netanyahu, like, he'll go in there and he'll wipe these people out.
Yeah,
like that, you can take that to the bank.
Yeah, that's pretty much. I mean, they've said that this is war, and they've been going back and forth. Unfortunately, I know that they said what they don't want is the enemy neighbors to join in, but we saw those strikes from Lebanon. That's Hezbollah. So those terrorists now have joined in, and we know that that's already happening. As far as her point, the claims that, McHenry would not qualify for an intelligence briefing, there are sources within the Biden administration saying, of course, they're going to recognize him. Of course, he'll get the same level of intelligent briefings. I really don't see that. At this juncture, I don't see that they're going to say, oh, no, you're not the real speaker.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see that happening, thank God.
Right.
But I do think that it really does activate the Republicans to get it together, get the vote. We'd heard last week the vote could come as early as tomorrow, but certainly by Wednesday we'll have a House Speaker. They've said it's going to be in private with this going on. And so it's not going to be this 15 rounds, this ugly public battle, especially after last week.
Let's just come out and say, okay, Jim Jordan, you're officially the speaker. It's time to get back to work.
Well,
it's a little more, it's a little more involved than that.
Obviously.
But I think it'll be either Jordan result, right? Or it'll be Scalise.
Yeah.
I don't think we're going to see the drama and chaos because now they can see the perspective.
Yeah.
And even Matt Gaetz, who came out and said, oh, the speakership has nothing to do with it. He's kind of silenced at this point.
I just don't ever recall, and I'm going to be 40 in a couple of months. I don't ever remember our nation being as soft, and I'm using the word soft to clean it up for the sake of the FCC, as it has ever been. And I'm talking about domestically and internationally. Like I said earlier in the Big Take and at 6:30 when we came out of the Big Take, whether it's crime in this country, the border being open, or how we're viewed internationally by any of the, quote, axis of evil, so to speak, from Russia to China. And I think we realize, too, Russia's not as bad and as big as we thought they might be. It certainly helps that we're funding Ukraine billions upon billions. But, like, China's obviously a major threat. I think China would destroy us. But China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, it's almost like there's a universal memo out there that foreign or abroad, the United States has never been softer than they are right now. And these people are not stupid. They see there's an opportunity, and we're ripe for the picking. What are they going to do? They'll send over a little bit of money. They're not going to do anything. Make no mistake about it. All of these evil dictators, they know what's going on. They're aware.
Let's talk about the political ramifications of this. I'm going to start with cut 9 there, Natasha. How does this play in the political world? Because, that's what politicians are always thinking. They may say, thoughts and prayers and, our hearts are with Israel, but they're really thinking about how this can affect them. Let's start with Chris Christie. He was on ABC this week. And he is bringing up that this is shining a brighter light on the irresponsibility of the Republicans ousting McCarthy. The fact that we don't have a House Speaker is cut 9 here.
Let's get a GOP response now from presidential candidate Chris Christie. Chris, thanks for joining us this morning. If you were in the Oval Office right now, what would you be doing?
Look, what I would be doing is making...
By the way, don't you love how George Stephanopoulos just sets him up? Commander-in-Chief Chris Christie,
Yes.
What would he do?
Yes.
That's not going to happen.
There's never been a, quote, Republican that has been so embraced by the mainstream media as Chris Christie.
Yeah. It's unbelievable that, they are almost setting him up presidentially.
Yep, I know.
You know what I mean? Like what would... Oh, you mean the 2% you're polling at?
Right.
What would he do? I mean, we might as well ask Nick Kayal, what would you do? Don Stenson, what would you do?
Hey, Doug Burgum, what are your thoughts?
I mean, really. What would a President Nick Kayal do? Yes. I apologize for that, Natasha. Stopping it midstream there is very unprofessional of me.
Just don't cross the streams.
I'm gonna start it over here. Cut 9 again.
Let's get a GOP response now from presidential candidate Chris Christie. Chris, thanks for joining us this morning. If you were in the Oval Office right now, what would you be doing?
Look, what I would be doing is making sure, one, that Israel has everything that it needs to be able to take whatever actions it needs to take. And this is the problem with not having a speaker right now, George, and the actions taken by some members of my party were wholly irresponsible without this going on. They're now even putting a brighter light on the irresponsibility of not having someone in place. But make sure first they have everything that they need. Second, to be talking to our allies in the region. And trying to make sure that this doesn't escalate. You've got to be talking to the Saudis, to the Emiratis, and to others to make sure, Jordanians, that we keep things contained in that area. And 3, then, speaking to the Prime Minister, Netanyahu, and making sure that you're a sounding board for him to think through the ramifications of every step they're going to take to defend themselves and to try to do the best they can to eliminate the leadership of Hamas that has made the decision to do something as horrific as what was done this week.
Okay, nothing to pick apart with points 2 and 3 from Christie, but let's go back to point 1. To kind of blame this on House Republicans or the GOP is just laughable. I mean, do you think Hamas is actually sitting around the campfire and saying, hey, they just ousted McCarthy. Now's the time to pounce. Shut up.
You don't think that's going through their minds?
Yeah. They all jumped on the WhatsApp messenger and said, go.
It's just, this is why people hate politicians, because they always look at things through a political lens.
Right.
Like, oh yeah, of course they see the chaos that's happening in the House of Representatives. Like, are you kidding me?
I'm surprised he didn't directly say the word Trump there, but
wow.
If it would have went a little longer, maybe he does get to Trump. I don't know.
Okay, then let's go to Mike Pence, who's also running for president. This is a time, by the way, this is a time for all the war hawks to come out and be like, we need to get involved. Yep. Nikki Haley was out there. Mike Pence is out there. See, we were correct. Mike Pence actually does blame Trump for this and other Republican isolationists. And you know what that means, Nick Kayal? That means the people who don't want war. That's who he's blaming here. This is cut 15, Mike Pence.
Well, I am, but let me begin at where we ought to start. I mean, that disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan has emboldened the enemies of freedom around the world. And now war is raging in Eastern Europe. And President Joe Biden's kowtowing for the last 2.5 years to the mullahs in Iran, lifting sanctions, begging them to get back in the Iran nuclear deal, and then paying $6 billion in a ransom for hostages, I think set the conditions for this unprecedented terrorist attack by Hamas, against Israel. But I also believe this is what happens when we have leading voices like Donald Trump, Vivek Ramaswamy, and Ron DeSantis signaling retreat from America's role as leader of the free world. What happened in Ukraine was an unprovoked invasion by Russia. What happened this weekend was an unprovoked invasion by Hamas into Israel. And I really believe now more than ever, both the debate within the Republican Party and the debate within America is whether or not we're going to once again stand without apology as the leader of the free world, as the arsenal of democracy. The heartbreaking images coming out of both of these theaters of operations remind us that America is the indispensable leader of the free world. And if I'm president of the United States, we'll lead from American strength.
So if he's president of the United States, we will be at war consistently, just like a lot of these old school Republicans that love war, these neocons, whether it's, Nikki Haley, who seems to be an advocate for war, or Mike Pence. You can be strong like Trump was and not be at war. You could be like Trump and say, I'm telling you, don't push our buttons because our button's bigger than yours, like he told Kim Jong-un of North Korea and anybody else that had visions of getting out of control. So Trump could do that. But he's not wrong in the beginning there where he talks about Biden. Joe Biden set the precedent with that god-awful disaster and withdrawal from Afghanistan. And people take notes, and they remember these things.
So let me just say this. I do agree with any administration that is weak on funding for this or weak on this can help or can make this escalate this, I guess is the word I'm looking for.
Mm-hmm.
But I just don't believe, and I don't like it when the Republicans do it. I don't like it when the Democrats do it. I think that blaming any sort of politician for this is wrong.
It's low-hanging fruit.
And it's easy to do. These two, they've been fighting this for thousands and thousands and thousands of years.
And let's also keep in mind, too, Trump's been out of office for 3 years. So it's not like Joe Biden just got into office. It's like the same thing with COVID. You can no longer blame it on COVID. That was 3 years ago.
Yeah, I don't like any of that, and I'm going to play Ronna McDaniel here, too, who came on Fox News and basically said that this is a great opportunity for Republicans, and I just feel like if a Democrat said that, we would be all over them. So I want to this is what she said on Fox News.
Absolutely. I think this is a great opportunity for our candidates to contrast where Republicans have stood with Israel time and time again.
So basically saying a great opportunity for Republicans. This shouldn't be looked at in any sort of political lens. And it saddens me that we do that.
There's a reason why not many people support her as the chairwoman, but that's neither here nor there. Like I was saying, when it comes to, and let me go back to Christie where he mentioned Trump, DeSantis, and Ramaswamy.
Yeah.
Let's just shove Vivek to the side. I don't have time for Vivek on wars. Let him just keep plagiarizing Obama. DeSantis, military man. Trump, certainly strong, conviction, very stern, but never went to war. Let me just pose this question. Hypothetical here.
Yeah.
Total hypothetical. What do you think America's response would be if Ron DeSantis was the president? Keeping in mind, military guy. Do you think DeSantis is pro-war or is he more pro-peace like Trump? I tend to think he'd be more pro-war. Just a total guess on my part.
I will say this. I just think that this is why leadership matters.
Yep.
So, in other words,
Yep.
I think that because of all the chaos, because of all the chaos, I believe that's why these terrorists saw an opportunity and a weakness.
Yep.
And so I don't know that, and that's just it. Can you prevent chaos in the world? Can you prevent terrorism? Well, we take you back to more recently, the Trump administration.
Yep.
We had, when Trump came into, was voted in 2016, it was a big talking point to talk about, all the refugees and, look at what's happening in the Middle East and so on and so forth. It ended under Trump. It just, all of a sudden, you weren't talking about refugees. They didn't need to go to another country in Egypt, for example, because you know what? They could go back home where they want to be because of the Moab, because Trump listened to his generals who said, we can end this in a day. They pretty much did.
Mm-hmm.
And for anybody, I think it's really a low blow for somebody who was the VP, who was part of the Trump administration, to then allude to the fact that Trump cut the deal to end the 20-year war in Afghanistan. Well, that's just disingenuous because guess what, buddy? You were the VP. You were part of that deal. You were part of the administration, right? And so to now pick and choose what successes you want to take out of, when Trump was president, well, that's ridiculous, and we know that.
Yeah.
And we also know that Trump has since said that he would not have withdrawn because they broke the deal. And so I don't think the disastrous withdrawal of Afghanistan would have even happened under Trump. But we do know they left a whole lot of munitions in Afghanistan.
Yeah.
And that's the real question this morning that a lot of people are asking. Well, we left, millions of our taxpayer-paid munitions. We left them in Afghanistan. And by the way, if you want to talk about Ukraine, everybody has begged for transparency because are some of the weapons that we sent over to Ukraine, did they make their way to the Middle East?
Yeah.
I think that's going to emerge if it hasn't already.
Yep.
And so I hear because they're showing the pictures of some of these terrorists, and you can tell by the pictures that they're weapons provided by us or came through someplace, whether it's Afghanistan or whether it's Ukraine.
Yeah.
And so that is like a slap in the face.
The Pence campaign platform is a real head scratcher, is it not?
Yeah.
It's like I want to take credit for some of the things with Trump, but I'm going to distance myself from other things. I'm going to really hope to get the vote, but I know I'm not going to get the hardcore Trump supporter to vote for me, but I'm going to try to appeal to the evangelical Christian. You talk about a guy that's got a really bizarre strategy that I think we all realize is a waste of time. But yet he still continues to push forward with it.
Well, I do agree with the fact that it's, what any administration does can help lay the groundwork for something like this. It's just we're talking about a religion, and let's not forget that that's what this is. This is a religion that looks at the Jewish people as the great Satan. They look at us the same way. And there's nothing that they're going to, they want them dead. They want them attacked. Like they're going to do this.
Yeah, the word's jihad.
No matter
J-I-H-A-D.
No matter what. And I think at the end of the day, at the root cause of this is that they this religion that they tout as being, it's like look what they do to gay people. Look what they do to women. It's an ass-backward religion.
They hate the evolution of society.
Yes.
They hate the Jews. They hate America. They hate the West.
And I don't know how you fight
Christians.
that. I don't know how you fight that, honestly. Because they're now breeding, they're raising children to do the same thing. You know what I mean?
And it's a different level of sick, too, because it's not just war. Like when you go to war, there's a risk of you're going to get killed. But these people are willing to die.
Of course.
For their beliefs.
Of course.
They'll blow themselves up in a cab.
They'll crash planes into buildings.
Correct. They don't give a damn.
But think about Obama. Think about Biden. What have they done? They've emboldened Iran, who we know is the feeder to Hamas and Hezbollah.
China's in there too, by the way. Sorry. Yeah.
But I mean, there's no question in my mind that the policies and the planned patty cake with these groups during not just this administration, it started under Obama. And remember that, the pallets full of money, and we just did it again. And so we've now, through an image of weakness, but also weak policies, at some point you have to look at the policy of those who are in power. And I think the Biden administration, as well as the Obama administration, need to own this that's happening, which is a disaster on a world stage. And we need to call that out. And say, ultimately, although right now is not the time in a political world to just point fingers, it's a point to get action and bring everybody together, which I think is happening, will happen. But I think, this morning as we wake up, and now the latest number, 9 Americans confirmed killed, amid 1,200 and growing killed, thousands of others injured, at least 100 people ripped from their homes, women, children, grandmas, etc., taken from homes on Saturday. I think that this is a debacle that President Biden and his administration must own. And to your point about religions that hate us and they call us basically they view us as the scum of the earth and the sinners, if you will. And the fact that in our country, the promotion in media of certain tiny percentage of communities, but to Nick's point back like an hour ago or so, when you were talking about the fact that in the headlines it would appear that many in America want children having pornography and learning about alternate relationships, let's just say, that does not play too well within this community, and in fact fuels the hatred of us as they think, my God, look at these godless people.
Yeah, and keep in mind too, I mentioned the issues in this country with soft on crime, soft on the border, and we're soft on our stances with Russia and China. Keep this in mind as well. These individuals, they also see the divide that is going on within our country. We are so distracted and divided over things like pronouns and are there 2 genders or is there 12 genders? And we've got like this kind of social media civil war going on between 2 different segments of the population in America. And they're probably looking at it like that nation is in complete disarray right now. Now is the time to, if we're going to do something, we better do it now. So,
yeah, look, going back to what Netanyahu said about turning the Gaza Strip into rubble, I know this is an unpopular opinion, but like, how do you combat generations and generations of people who are taught that literally this certain people, sect of people are literally the devil, and they're the reason that you don't. I mean, that's literally what Hitler did.
Yeah.
How do you combat that? Do you need to literally just wipe it off the face of the earth?
Well, that's pretty much what Netanyahu has said needs to happen.
But I don't disagree with that, and I know that might be heartless to say, but I don't know how else you combat this, because there's always going to be.
Well, there's always, that's like when they said, oh well, if we capture and kill Osama bin Laden, that's the end of radical extremists. No, it's not, because the next one's being groomed, the next one's born, the next one is being told to hate everything in America, hate everything in the West, to despise Jewish people.
I mean, I guess you could look at it and make sure that their intelligence community is up to speed on everything, and they always have their guard up. But you're not gonna prevent stuff like this from happening. And there's always going to be a loss of life when you literally have people right there next to you who want you dead.
Yeah.
One thing I will say, even though for those who think that Joe Biden is losing mental capacity or whatever people want to say, the truth is, even as we all age, you remember the past vividly. So Joe Biden, no matter what you want to say about today, when he's standing on a stage and he doesn't know which way to go, he certainly remembers the Jimmy Carter years, and he actually remembers, he's 80 years old, right? So he remembers what happened in October of 1973, that so-called, they call it the October War, the Ramadan War, the Yom Kippur War, etc. He remembers that in 73, but he certainly remembers what happened under Jimmy Carter, right, in the years following that. And that hostage crisis, because let's remember, right now we have 100 at least hostages taken, and among them reportedly Americans. And so Biden right now, if he has any concern, because we're all outraged by the fact that they were having a freaking barbecue Saturday afternoon with a live band and so on, but he certainly remembers and knows the legacy for President Jimmy Carter at that time. And that all happened and then that really teed us up then for Republicans to hold power for many years to come, because it was such a disaster. The policy was horrible. It looked weak. And then it ultimately was the demise of Democrats in the 80s and teed us up for Reagan, who, was another great president, who, by the way, talked about a wall.
American exceptionalism, which, by the way, too, like to your point of the demise of Democrats, if you can't beat the Democrats now in 2024 or 2026 or 2028, especially under this progressive wing with Biden and everybody else that's connected to it, you're never going to, because it's not going to be anywhere. I can't imagine an administration worse than what we have now. So if you can't beat this group moving forward, you might as well just take your ball and go home.
I agree. So you talk about catching our intelligence agents flat-footed. Last week, National Security Advisor spokesperson Jake Sullivan in a statement said that the Middle East region right now is quieter than it has been in decades.
Yeah, good timing.
Last week he said this.
20-year low, right?
Margaret Brennan asked Anthony Blinken about this on Face the Nation. I'm going to cut 11 here. Asked him to respond to it, play the clip of Jake Sullivan, and what was his response on this cut 11.
I want our viewers to listen to what the U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan said just 9 days ago.
The Middle East region is quieter today than it has been in 2 decades. Now, challenges remain. Iran's nuclear weapons program, the tensions between Israelis and Palestinians. But the amount of time that I have to spend on crisis and conflict in the Middle East today compared to any of my predecessors going back to 9/11 is significantly reduced.
Significantly
That obviously
reduced.
has changed dramatically, not just for Jake Sullivan, but for all of you. And this isn't specifically about anything that Jake missed, but more broadly about the intelligence failure, not just by the Israelis, but the U.S. What can you say about that?
Well, 2 things, Donna. First, what Jake Sullivan said was right. If you look at the relationship among countries in the Middle East, you saw, with a lot of work by the United States, countries coming together, the region integrating, hostilities diminishing. And we've been very engaged in pursuing, for example, normalization between Israel and its neighbors, building on what's already been done, including with Saudi Arabia. And other conflicts, like the conflict in Yemen, where we've had a truce now for almost 2 years, have made a huge difference.
You know, their policies and actions are god-awful, but also we know their public speaking and their PR skills are god-awful, and their timing couldn't be any worse. You just said that was, I believe, September 29th where he said that,
he did.
Courtesy of The Atlantic. So we're not even 10 days later, and your 20-year low claim of peace and whatever and lowering escalating tensions is at a 20-year low since 9/11. And then what happens? An attack that was the worst for a community since the Holocaust. You know, if I were ranking the stooges in this administration, Blinken would be right up there behind Kamala, Joe, Alejandro, Miguel Cardona, Karine Jean-Pierre. He's definitely in the top 5 or 6.
Yeah.
By the way, it also bothers me that there's no H in his first name. Isn't it supposed to be Anthony, not Anthony? What, did he forget the H? Because he called Dana Bash there Donna.
Well, people say that she's Dana. Dana is how she pronounced it.
No wonder why Bill King divorced her.
Stop.
I'm kidding.
John
I'm kidding. What did I say, Bill King? Yeah, John King.
Whatever.
Yeah. The guy with the gray hair that does the teleprompter on election night. Shows you how much I watch CNN.
I know, right?
By the way, for a moment of levity here for a second, if you're watching right now on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, please hit the like button. I want to get to 100 likes. We're at 88 likes right now. I want to get to 100 likes. Also, we are 9 subscribers away from 4,700.
Okay.
So I really want to get to 4,700 by the end of this broadcast. Actually, by the end of this this segment.
Right.
So youtube.com/@1210WPHT. You can follow along with us on video, and please hit the subscribe button. Can you be the 4,700th subscriber for us at 1210WPHT on YouTube? youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Also, Kayal wearing his Kayal & Company hoodie.
Yeah, baby.
Free
Buy the
Speech
merch.
Lives here.
We have the hoodies.
That's a nice hoodie. It looks very comfortable.
Pull the hood up like this.
Okay. Yeah, don't put the
A
hood
little
up.
chilly in
Just
here.
look weird like that.
My earbuds, drawstring.
What is it with Gen Z these days wearing hoodies everywhere they go? Like with the hood up.
Oh, yeah. Well,
You notice
Valdez
that?
does that.
Yeah, it's weird.
He comes in looking like a paper boy.
Yeah.
It is cold in here.
It is chilly in here today.
But I see sometimes, like, it could be 80 degrees outside, and kids are walking down the street with
Because they
with
don't
their
want to be
hoods up.
bothered. Because they don't have their smartphone in their hand, so they got to put their hood up.
Antony Blinken was all over the Sunday shows. So forgive me, that was Dana Bash. He was on literally, I think, every Sunday show, so I don't remember which one he was on here. But the report came out in the Wall Street Journal about Iran being behind the Hamas attack on Israel. he says, and again, this was yesterday morning, but he says that we have not seen evidence yet that Iran is behind the Hamas attack on Israel. Cut 3 here.
Secretary Blinken, do you have evidence that Iran directed this attack?
There's a long relationship between Iran and Hamas. In fact, Hamas wouldn't be around in the way that it is without the support that it's received from Iran over the years. In this specific instance, we have not yet seen evidence that Iran directed or was behind this particular attack, but there's certainly a long relationship. It's one of the reasons why we have been resolutely taking action against Iran and its support for terrorists and terrorist proxies and other groups over the last few years of this administration. We've sanctioned more than 400 Iranian individuals and entities precisely because of their support for things like Hamas.
You know, you can look at Iraq, Syria, Lebanon. You can mention the money from the Saudis. The reality is, I think Iran is really kind of the hub of the Middle East evil and everything that kind of happens, whether it's attacks against people in Israel, whether it's anything towards the West and America. I mean, we have got to do something about that because, like I said earlier, China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, they all have sinister intentions.
I'm going to move on to cut 4 here. Natasha, we talked a lot about the $6 billion that was allocated for Iran by the Biden administration on September 11th of all days. Secretary Blinken was obviously asked about that a lot yesterday, and they're playing these semantic games with this, where it's like, well, it wasn't like this money is for humanitarian aid, and it's still in their account, and they haven't withdrew it yet, and all of that nonsense. So they're playing word games here with this, but this is cut 4.
While we're talking about Iran, I just have to ask you to, if you want to respond to what we're hearing from Republicans who are over and over since this happened, using the word appeasement when it comes to Iran and your administration. They criticized the decision to unfreeze $6 billion in Iranian funds. I know and want to state that that money, according to your administration, has not yet been unfrozen. Iran does not yet have it. But the accusation is that Iran's posture, that the U.S., your administration's posture towards Iran has helped contribute to this. I want to give you a chance to respond.
Well, there are two things here. First, with regard to the funds that you mentioned that were released were made available to Iran for humanitarian purposes as part of getting Americans back who are being held and detained in Iran. Let's be very clear about this. And it's deeply unfortunate that some are playing politics when so many lives have been lost and Israel remains under attack. The facts are these. No U.S. Taxpayer dollars were involved. These were Iranian resources that Iran had accumulated from the sale of its oil that were stuck in a bank in South Korea. They have had from day one, under our law, under our sanctions, the right to use these monies for humanitarian purposes. They were moved from one account to another in another country to facilitate that use. As of now, not a single dollar has been spent from that account. And again, the account is closely regulated by the U.S. Treasury Department, so it can only be used for things like food, medicine, medical equipment. That's what this is about. And by the way, the previous administration set up a very similar mechanism to enable Iran to use its oil proceeds that were blocked in various places or stuck in various places for humanitarian purposes. So people are either misinformed or they're misinforming, and either way it's wrong.
So basically it's misinformation, which I believe Jennifer Griffin, Fox News, pointed out the fact-checking element of, yes, while it wasn't specifically this money, the $6 billion, certainly they are funding this. And it's amazing how we just give everybody billions, right? Ukraine gets billions, Iran gets billions unfrozen, and yet here we are. You know, when people say under Joe Biden, America last, it really does feel like that. But
yeah, I mean, there are reports this morning as to how much Iran has backed or provided. And there's one report that Iran yearly provides $100 million to Hamas. So if you want to say, well, they didn't exactly take the money over here, come on.
Right.
We're not stupid.
It's like you can spend what you want now, knowing you got $6 billion on the way coming back.
Well, to her credit, Kristen Welker did ask him about that on Meet the Press, about the argument that money is fungible. So Iran may have known this money is coming and used other funds to help fund this attack. We said this earlier this morning. This is cut 13.
What do you say about the argument that money is fungible? So Iran may have known this money is coming and used other funds to help fund this attack that happened.
Iran has unfortunately always used and focused its funds on supporting terrorism, on supporting groups like Hamas. And it's done that when there have been sanctions. It's done that when there haven't been sanctions. And it's always prioritized that. And again, I come back to the proposition that these funds have always been, under the law, available to Iran to use for humanitarian purposes.
Come on.
Boy. You know, it's amazing how many collectively across the aisle on the Democratic side of things are just missing the point here or dropping the ball from this current administration to what you just heard from Blinken there. I'll give you some feedback and some stuff what the squad Dems were saying. That'll be coming up in about 15 minutes. You know, Clinton, Obama, silent. I mean, I don't know. It seems like the Dems are just completely dropping the ball here.
By the way,
current and past regimes.
By the way, multiple news organizations are confirming this morning that Hamas, a spokesman for Hamas, because, you know, that job is an important job as the spokesman for Hamas.
Yes.
But they confirmed that Iran gave support for the surprise attack on Israel.
Yep.
And ultimately, you know, when we think about Middle East peace, you know, Israel was close to that deal with you know, it was an Israeli-Saudi deal, and we were working out a peace accord that was supposed to happen. This pretty much puts the kibosh on that. And we saw the Saudi response, which was lukewarm.
One more with Blinken. He was asked by Margaret Brennan on whether Hamas' attack on Israel was to take advantage of the West's focus on Ukraine. We also discussed this earlier this morning, and this is what he said to that.
Is there a sense that this was an attempt to take advantage of the West's focus on Ukraine?
No, I don't see that. I think, look, we don't. We'll have to see as we learn more what the motivations were and what they are. But here's one thing that's clear. We've been actively working on trying to help Israel and Saudi Arabia normalize their relations, as well as Israel broadening its relationships with many other countries in the region and beyond. Very hard work, and not clear that we could get there. But if we could, it would really change the prospects of the entire region far into the future. Now, who's opposed to that? Hamas, Hezbollah, Iran. So I think that speaks volumes. And there are really two paths before the region. There's the path of greater integration, greater stability, including, critically, making sure that Israelis and Palestinians resolve their differences. Or there's the path of terror that Hamas is engaged on that has not improved the lives of a single person. On the contrary, it's destroyed lives, including Palestinian lives.
Pretty wild how many times you look at how America allocates its resources to handle certain issues. And we're all in with Ukraine, 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 protect Ukraine, stand behind Ukraine against Russia. And then when we do get involved in other endeavors, it's kind of a clerical administrative task, like sending 2,500 agents to the border or enough to help. It's like we have way too many of our eggs in the Ukraine basket. And we've kind of ran out of eggs to kind of allocate to other potential issues, which these other nations are certainly aware of. So that'll do it for. If I don't hear from Blinken again until 2024, that would be good.
I'm sorry.
No,
but
you got to hear.
He was literally on every.
Of course, he's
Sunday
going through the car
morning
wash.
show, so
just bouncing around from network to network. Oh, boy. All right, that's it for Cut Sheet Part 1. Part 2 about an hour away. Your call is certainly welcomed. 855-839-1210. The phone number. We will come back, wrap up the third hour of the show with what the Squad Dems failed to realize. And then we'll get to some news with Dawn at 9 o'clock for the Big Three. It is Kayal and Company live here on this Monday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
From local town councils to Capitol Hill, agents who are realtors are standing up for what's right. We're here protecting property rights. Here advocating for the issues that affect our neighborhoods. Here championing fair and equitable housing for all. Because we are realtors, bound by a code of ethics, driven to serve our communities. We're here for it all. Here for you. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
Doors take us to summers away.
or winter adventures and afternoon getaways. Your dedicated Fidelity advisor can help you open those doors by working with you on a comprehensive plan to help you reach your wealth's full potential. Because doors were meant to be opened. Visit fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimum supply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC, member NYSE SIPC.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You've heard me for years talk about the health benefits of Rescue Natural Supplements after making their omega-3s as part of my daily routine. From supporting heart health to promoting pain relief, they provide essential nutrients that impact our bodies in so many ways. Listen to this recent comment from Jeff. He says the benefits of Rescue Omegas are worth it. Helps reduce my inflammation and lower my cholesterol. Been taking it for years. See, people like Jeff have trusted Rescue with their health goals, and now it's your turn. For a limited time, use the code OMEGA50 for an exclusive buy one, get one free offer on any of the 7 Rescue Omega-3 choices. To get this special radio offer, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Use the code online at res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Remember the code OMEGA50, OMEGA50. Buy one, get another Rescue Omega-3 absolutely free.
The future of joint pain relief is right here in the Philadelphia region. QC Kinetics, Advanced Regenerative Medicine. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. If you've been told that more steroids or surgery are your only options, not so fast. Get a second opinion. Learn more about how you can harness your body's own healing agents to attack that joint pain. QC Kinetics does not mask the pain. These treatments go to the very core of the problem, using concentrated healing properties placed directly into your joint, which repairs and restores that damaged tissue. Imagine living life, especially this fall, with no more pain in your knees, your aching shoulder, your back, your hips. No drugs, no surgery, no downtime. Just call the local medical professionals, get a free consultation. QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. 215-999-3000. Just call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Celebrate Faith and Liberty Day on William Penn's birthday, Saturday, October 14th at the Faith and Liberty Discovery Center, 5th and Market Streets in Old City. Enjoy free admission, free ice cream sundaes, giveaways, and meet and greet William Penn himself, plus a special appearance by 1210's Dom Giordano. Step inside and experience the Faith and Liberty Discovery Center, where the good book meets the history book. For more information, visit faithandliberty.org.
American history in a whole new light.
Are you ready for the trip of a lifetime? I want you to join me for 12 magical days in luxury with the best, the professionals planning this for us, the professionals from Conservative Tours. And yeah, we're going to travel with the best tour operator in all of Italy, my friends at Conservative Tours, A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. We're even going to take the high-speed jet foil to the Isle of Capri, just gliding over those Mediterranean turquoise waters. Stunning. $52.67. This includes your airfare, luxury hotels, and dining events galore. You're going to remember this years from now. We're talking about the most beautiful coastline in the entire world in southern Italy, the Amalfi Coast. This is something I've dreamed of, I've talked about with my family, and yes, my husband, my sons, we're all going. This is our big trip, literally of a lifetime. So just go to conservativetours.com. You'll see my picture there. You can read about the full itinerary right there on conservativetours.com. You can call toll-free 888-733-9494. I'm talking the Abbey of Monte Cassino, Italy's best-kept secrets, Puglia, medieval Caserta, Sorrento, Pompeii, and yes, of course, we'll visit the great ancient sites in Rome, all before heading home. Join me next spring in Italy. I'll see you on the Isle of Capri. Conservativetours.com. Conservativetours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
8:43, Kayal and Company as we continue live. It is a Monday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. Coming up in just a couple of minutes, we will get to a couple of stories involving what happened over the weekend as some people on the Democratic side of things slamming the Squad Dems for their terrible public statements in regards to this mass murder, really, of Jewish people, which, surprise, surprise, does not surprise anybody at all because the Squad Dems care about one thing and one thing only, and that's racism in America running amok. We'll get to that story in a little bit. Also, in the 9 o'clock hour, something the CDC will no longer do, another waving of the white flag that I think you'll be happy to hear about. And the riff between Aaron Rodgers and Travis Kelce continues over Pfizer and the booster and the vaccine. We will get to that as well. But let's get some news. 8:44 here on this Monday morning, and it's time for Dawn Stenzelin's Big 3 at 8.
It's the Big 3 at 8 on Kayal and Company.
Big 3 at 8, sponsored this morning by Wawa. The headline this morning as the fighting continues and we have more airstrikes. The State Department this morning confirming at least 9 Americans killed. That's the headline. Hamas launching the biggest attack on Israel in a lifetime, killing at least 1,200 people, wounding thousands of others with a barrage of rockets as gunfights are reported in southern Israel this morning. So reaction is swift, both internationally, nationally, regionally, here in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Delaware, across the region. But this is thousands of rockets were fired as Hamas fighters infiltrated Israel's border in multiple locations and certainly catching Israel off guard on a major holiday. Many American leaders issuing statements condemning the attacks, showing support for Israel, standing with Israel, including many lawmakers from Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and beyond, as I say. But this morning, the latest headline, last night when I went to bed, it was 4 Americans killed, now 9. And as well, we're hearing about those who are helping in a hostage negotiation. As you may ask, well, what does this terrorist group want? And are they backed by other terrorists? They are already certainly backed by Hezbollah out of Lebanon. We saw those rockets from Lebanon heading into Israel, striking there. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying that this is war. Citizens of Israel, we are at war, not in an operation or in rounds, but at war. And talking about the fact that Hamas launched a murderous surprise attack against the state of Israel and its citizens. And this is going on now. So I know the Jewish Federation here in our area locally speaking about this. They're going to hold some peace demonstrations, but we know that those pro-Palestinian groups who were protesting over the weekend, we're hearing that they are also on this Columbus Day, Indigenous Peoples Day. They're going to be out demonstrating as well as they were cheering on Hamas over the weekend. And so this could tee us up. Hopefully everything will be peaceful. But obviously our local law enforcement across the area and across the nation on high alert, guarding synagogues especially. And so looking toward creating peace here and making sure that these are peaceful demonstrations. But I think many are bracing for that this morning.
Do we know if any of the hostages are basketball players? Because if they are, I'm sure we'll get them swapped out in 2 days.
Well, no, they need to be of the right. They need
community.
to have diversity, equity, and inclusion.
That's correct.
In their titles for us to want to. But yeah, it's disgusting. I mean, it's just.
It is. I mean, there's another headline this morning that, in fact, dozens of Harvard organizations are blaming Israel, victim blaming, if you will, for this terrorist attack.
Yep.
And Harvard organizations, some 31 organizations that, believe it or not, are saying that Israel is to blame and is entirely responsible for. And these are student organizations at Harvard,
of course,
University.
So we know Harvard now hates free speech, and they also hate Israel. Another good, and 2 great reasons to spend $80,000 a year.
You know, it's funny. I will say this, and you two can distance yourself from it. I feel comfortable saying it because I am the only non-religious person on this show. For the most part, most religions preach peace and want peace. There's only one religion that doesn't. That's all I'm saying.
It's an accurate statement.
But the truth is that these terrorists
the
are using this. These Hamas terrorists are being used as the big goal here was to bust up any possible peace accord between Israel and Saudi Arabia, and that's the bigger picture that they wanted to put, a big fly in this ointment.
They're told their book tells them that the Jewish people are Satan. Anybody in the West who's not is Islam or Islamic is Satan, and they must be destroyed. And they take that literally.
What's interesting about it, though, honestly, is you will see there are on any of the news networks when they bring on somebody that's like, not I don't want to say just religious, but like a religious scholar or an expert on the Quran or anything like that. They talk about how they try to distance themselves from these radicalized extremist factions that want to just cause death and destruction. And I feel like that's kind of the differentiation between like the two I don't want to call sections, but it feels like that they try to say it's a religion of peace, which I think there are plenty of peaceful Muslims that don't want to murder and maim women and babies, but then there's those other nut jobs that just they want to blow up cars.
Isn't it interesting too? You talked about these yahoos on these college campuses who are pro-Palestinian. These are the same woke a-holes, right? That talk about gender and rights for gay people and women and all this other stuff. Like, what do you think their religion tells them? The Palestinian, what do you think their religion is telling them?
What's what I mentioned in the first hour. Outkick had a headline with one of the pictures of the protesters, and there was one person holding a sign up that said "Queers for Palestine." Like, who wants to tell them that they will kill you because you're not heterosexual?
Just absolutely ridiculous.
They're so
just
dumb.
clueless.
They're lost.
Clueless.
But it's important to put it in a world perspective. There, in my humble opinion, better policies in the world, and certainly America having a better policy and paying attention could have prevented this disaster. And so these extremists and their hatred are being pimped and used to wreak havoc in the Middle East and as well crush, and that's why Iran would have motivation. I mean, they've confirmed from Hamas that Iran had, fully backed them. Why doesn't Iran want the deal? Because they don't want the peace between Israel and the Saudi Arabians and America. They don't want peace. They don't want us to do business in that area and have this peace accord. They don't want that. They want the chaos. And so their hatred, their extremism, and using people's extremist religious views, whatever, is being used in this capacity.
Right.
That's why a good policy and a high-quality policy, such as by previous administrations, you could argue would have prevented what is happening.
And let's also be real about with the underlying dynamic from a commerce standpoint or an economical standpoint. What does the United States and the Middle East kind of have a relationship centered around? It starts with O and ends with L. There's an I in between. Oil.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
We got
it's
it.
Monday. It's Monday
get
morning.
it.
It's a little.
I don't know. Sometimes internally in my own head it makes sense, and then I spit it out, and I'm like, that wasn't a good joke.
Operational? No, I'm just kidding.
Operation.
By the way, I mean, I get it. Yes, I'm sure there are Muslims who preach peace and prosperity. I'm not, but it's really hard to say that when their religion literally tells you that the Jewish people are the evil Satan. Like and they take what is in that book literally. So I mean, yeah.
Well, certain extremists do here in America. I mean, I know Muslims who would disagree with you strongly here in America, but it's different in that country, and so That's what I'm saying. You might have extremist groups on all different sides, but the point here is clearly they're being used, and their hatred and their extremism and their brainwashing, all of that is being used in this. But at the end of the day, to me, I'm being cynical on this one. Those who wanted this really, it has nothing to do with religion. It has to do with power and money. And this has to do with Iran ultimately is the one who, the Biden administration and the Obama administration seem to, want to do business with and want to appease them. And I think that this is what we get.
Well
I'm
said.
just saying. Oil prices, by the way, jumping more than 3% in the wake of the Hamas attack on Israel.
Shocking.
I don't know. Oh, let me get back to our sponsor really quick. We're sponsored by Wawa. Wawa has pizza. Wawa has pizza. It is freshly made, brought to you by Wawa, who now has pizza. But remember, people, if you try to order it online and you think you're going to have it for lunch, I have teen boys who did this. No, it starts at 4 p.m.
Okay.
So there's a reason if you order it on the app, that you're going to go have mom go there to pick it up.
Oh, boy.
Guess what? It's not going to be ready by lunchtime.
Here's Dawn's audience of
I know,
one.
right?
I might have to do a pizza taste testing of Wawa in studio one day.
Everybody loves it.
I'll take a couple of bites, more than one bite.
It's actually really good.
Yeah. I'm not surprised.
It's fresh made.
Yeah.
That's why.
I'm starving.
I know. Now we're all hungry.
Yeah.
So they have it starts at 4 p.m. Like we need a drop where Greg starts. Wawa's pizza starts at 4 p.m. because you have your 6 a.m.
We start at 6 a.m.
The pizza starts at 4 p.m.
Wawa has pizza. Thank you, Wawa, for bringing us a moment of levity and talking about pizza and how blessed we are here in our country. And hopefully we stay safe amid this, just this tragic situation that continues to unfold as we have, warships and fighter jets heading from, with our American service members heading there.
Hey, on the bright side, the Phillies play tonight.
Thank God.
Yeah.
Really, honestly. Thank God sports are a great distraction. What's funny is that I never envy what other shows do. But on days like today where it's just like this, the news is just horrendous everywhere you look.
Right.
I wish we could just talk about the Eagles and Phillies today.
All right, coming up next, what is the bigger issue, Hamas or the looming 49ers? 610. Sorry.
Look, I'm sure I'm going to get blowback for what I said.
Yeah, at Greg Stocker on Twitter.
I don't care. I
Say what you
feel
think,
like
bro.
I'm not coming at this from a place of one religion over another, but there is one religion that does not preach peace.
You see it right here on the sweatshirt, right? Free speech lives here.
Yeah.
All right. Not agree with everything everybody says. Speech lives
Look at all the attacks over the years. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying.
Well, and if you look at the attacks, or do we have to go to break? Sorry.
No, I'm sorry. Do you have your sponsor still, or are you done?
No, I did Wawa.
Okay, that's right.
Pizza.
What were you
Wawa
gonna
has
say, Dawn?
pizza.
Yeah.
No, if you look at the attacks, you look at policy, and then you think about the impact on us. And so you think about then, what happened. It seems to be every 50 years, tragically. But what happened 50 years ago, we'll be talking about this in our country 50 years from now. But what they're going to say 50 years from now, if I had a crystal ball, is that this is going to tee up this administration being remembered as disastrous as the Carter administration. The Carter administration's disastrous policies, they looked weak, all of that, and those high oil prices and gas prices, the economy suffered. And what did it tee us up for? Well, it teed us up for 8 wonderful years under Reagan, right? Ronnie Reagan. And so that teed us up for Republicans. Then you saw Clinton, and I will say...
I'm curious how the Carter administration had anything to do with what happened in 1973, since Gerald Ford was president in
Right, but
1973.
it teed us up. No. The conflict 50 years ago, in other words, what happened there teed us up for all of the disaster. They needed an administration. You're right. You could say Nixon and then Carter. They were asleep at the wheel because I think they were distracted by, a third-rate burglary or whatever. They were distracted, right? Then we had Carter, who was this good man and a peanut farmer, and people just trusted him and wanted to change because of all of that. But what I'm saying is Carter's weak, lame policies, right, continued. We had that hostage crisis. It was a disaster that teed us up for Reagan. Then what happened?
American
Ultimately,
exceptionalism.
I want you to think about another distraction. I'll take you to, Democrats may remember this. Remember Ken Starr? And remember when everybody was focused on what Clinton was doing with cigars with an intern, a college-age young lady, right? And remember, everybody was distracted. What was being planned during that distracted time? 9/11. So every single time we here in America are distracted by ultimately kind of stupid stuff where we all focus on it, we need to be focused on what's really important in the big picture. That's all I'm saying. And last week, I understand that these terrorists were probably planning this more than a week, but I'm just saying every time we have a huge distraction in America, I think that our enemies are looking at us. And Nick, you referenced this earlier this morning, a couple hours ago. Every single time we're distracted, our enemies look upon us and say, oh, good, let's take advantage of those Americans
disarray and
distracted.
dysfunction in America.
I just don't think that Hamas looks at Americans as like, well, now's the time to attack. I think they plan these things out, and there's a reason that they happen, on almost to the exact day 50 years ago.
Which
you know
highlights the
So,
intelligence failure and the intelligence breakdown.
You can, yes, and I know we have to break, but you can make the argument that like what's happening in the West is impacting them, but I don't think it's a direct correlation.
All right. 855-839-1210. It's time for some COVID CDC talk. Wait till you find out what the CDC is no longer going to be issuing. But right now, Dawn Stensland with the issuance of a word for QC Kinetics.
Yeah, because the future of joint pain relief is right here in Philadelphia. This is the answer. It's QC Kinetics, advanced regenerative medicine. It's awesome. It's amazing. I talked to one man who said he feels like it's a miracle and really helping his golf game, by the way. But if you've been told that more steroids or even surgery are your only options, then I just want you to hold off for a second and get a second opinion from my friends at QC Kinetics. Learn more about how you can truly harness your body's own healing agents to attack that joint pain. And I'm talking about lasting relief. So QC Kinetics is not masking the pain or masking anything. These are actual treatments that go to the very core of the problem using concentrated healing properties that are placed directly into your aching joint. And what does that do? I'm talking results here. This restores and repairs your damaged tissue long term. So imagine living your life this fall, no more pain in your knees, your aching hips, your shoulder, your back. No drugs, no downtime, and that means no surgery, by the way, too. So call the local medical professionals, get a free consultation, and do this today. QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative medicine, and get your life back. All natural treatments, 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. QC Kinetics, call them today, 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
There are so many discounts and offers at Cherry Hill Volvo. This 30-second spot is not enough time to share all the benefits of purchasing or leasing a new Volvo from Cherry Hill Volvo. Discounts and incentives for this month start at $5,000 and can be as high as $11,000. Purchase or lease a new Volvo from Cherry Hill Volvo now and take advantage of these fabulous discounts and offers. Visit us soon for the best selection of Volvos. The entire Cherry Hill Volvo team is waiting to partner with you.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Sebastian Maniscalco, live in Atlantic City.
Like when we went to the zoo as kids, that's all you got was the zoo. You ate in the car before we go in. What? They got food inside. You think I'm gonna pay? And when you got hungry, you left. Dad, I'm hungry. Okay, let's go.
Sebastian Maniscalco, Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa for 10 shows from November 9th through 18th. Get tickets now at theborgata.com.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This has been a test of the emergency alert system.
40 days up to 40 pounds. Say it with me, 40 days up to 40 pounds. Visit njdiet.com or call 855-5NJ-DIET. That's 855-5NJ-DIET. 40 days up to 40 pounds. 40 days up to 40 pounds.
Listen this Saturday as Penn State battles UMass. Coverage starts at 3 p.m. on the home of Penn State football. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. Talk to your cardiologist today. You may be glad you did.
John was compensated for his time. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb.
Hey Philly, looking to save big on your next new Nissan? Then look no further than the Bush Auto Group. Right now you can score rates as low as 0% for 60 months on select models. And that's not all. Every vehicle purchase at the Bush Auto Group comes with over $3,000 in bonus value to drive down the cost of vehicle ownership. Don't wait. Swing by one of our 2 Bush Nissan locations in Limerick and Exton today and drive off with a grin as wide as the Schuylkill Expressway. Visit bushautogroup.com to learn more, and remember, Philly rides with us.
Have you been dreaming of a new shower to replace your slippery, ugly old tub? We're not talking about those cheap wraps that cover your old bath. PJ Fitzpatrick can install a low threshold or low entry, fully customized jacuzzi shower system in just one day. It is surprisingly affordable and it comes with a lifetime guarantee. Visit trustpj.com to set up a free design consultation and take advantage of generous fall promotions. That's trustpj.com.
Hey, Riverton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Tomorrow's so far away. There's something I just have to say. I don't think I could hide what I'm feeling inside. Another day, knowing I love
Kayal and Company, 9:06, hour number 4, underway here on a Monday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, 855-839-1210 is how you climb in on the phones. Twitter and Instagram at 1210 WPHT, and of course on YouTube. Natasha doing a great job today. In place of Daniel Valdez. Dawn Show coming up at 10. Who won Twitter today? Part 2 of the cut sheet. And, of course, our morning mystery movie clip coming up in just about 15 minutes. A lot of conversation today about everything going on in Israel with the attacks from Hamas over the weekend. We'll lighten it up a little bit here down the stretch we come. A couple of things in the world of COVID and the CDC. And then also kind of an interesting story of 2 sets of families leaving a red state for a blue state, and then vice versa, a blue state to a red state, which kind of shows you how fractured America is with their politics, which you can actually kind of incorporate back into some of the conversation we were having with this nation and all the tensions, escalating globally, and tie it all together. But if you were wondering about your vaccination card, you need not worry anymore. The CDC will no longer print or issue COVID-19 vaccination cards. How about that? CDC will stop issuing these effective this week. I saw this story in the USA Today. And by the way, the idea of a vaccination card might go down as one of the dumbest things that this country has ever done.
But we all had to show it, didn't
we? It was like, what's amazing? At a point in time where we were in election season in 2020 and again coming up in 2024, it's almost as if there was like this belief that having your vaccination card was more important than your identification to register to vote. Yeah. Well, let that sink in for a moment. Yet you would sit there and say, no, I'm sorry. In this country, you have to prove your identity with your identification in order to register to vote, or when you show up on election day to vote, to prove who you are. Yet in this country, some people on the left, that's racist. I can't. You're making the ability to vote more difficult. Yet walking around with your Vax card, which, by the way, there's probably some people that might actually have them in their little money clip or their wallet behind all their credit cards and licenses and everything else, their AAA card. And I remember having to carry that thing around, and it really wasn't pushed and forced down in Tennessee when I was living down there like it was in Philadelphia or New York. But remember how silly it was that you had to show your vaccination card at certain restaurants or bars or gyms or, fitness centers? And when you look back on all of it and everything you were told about, getting the vax and you would not get COVID, and then it's what you wouldn't spread COVID, and that's what we need to. Okay, so again, the CDC, this is coming out just over the weekend. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention will no longer print or issue COVID-19 vaccination cards, the agency said in a guidance updated this past week. The agency also said it does not maintain vaccination records. Not sure I buy that. According to the CDC, your state health department immunization information system can provide you a digital or paper copy of your full vaccination record if you wish to obtain it, including your COVID-19 vaccinations, but it cannot issue a new vaccination card. The move comes after the decision to distribute the latest edition of COVID-19 vaccines, which, as we told you late last week, more Americans than not will not be partaking in the latest booster. Until now, the vaccines have been bought and distributed by the federal government, but most people can still get them, quote, for free. By the way, they're not free, or via their health insurance plan. So that's the latest on that front. And then, it was nice this weekend, unless I missed it. Now, I did not watch any of the NFL in the 1 o'clock window yesterday. I had my daughters, and I got done with them around 3:30. So I was home in time to watch the Eagles and the Rams. And I know that, it's Hollywood. I'm thinking, please, God, I don't know who the Chiefs play later today, but I just can't imagine Taylor Swift showing up. But then again, it's Los Angeles, it's Hollywood. It was nice to go a weekend without having Taylor Swift. I know the Chiefs ended up playing the Vikings.
They did.
Was she there?
She was not.
Okay, so I didn't miss anything.
Yeah, it was in Minnesota, and she was not.
Okay, not a big enough venue for her.
Yeah, no, she didn't make the trek to Minnesota. There's zero chance she's going to Minnesota. It's cold there.
Philadelphia, the Big Apple, go up 95.
Yep.
Yeah, Minnesota. Yeah, they got the Mall of America out there, but other than that, it's Minnesota.
Exactly.
Dawn, you went to college in Minnesota, didn't you?
Journalism school, University of Minnesota, Minneapolis.
Pretty cold out there, huh?
Not right now.
No?
No, it's
okay.
It's absolutely beautiful.
Okay.
In the summer and in the fall.
Right.
And then
winter.
And then it's like, hey, don't you know it's like 40 below zero.
Right.
And
then you're like Dr. Deborah Birx. You put a bunch of scarves around your neck and you bundle up because it's cold out, right? So apparently the ongoing Pfizer vaccine war between Aaron Rodgers and Travis Kelce continues as we stay with COVID here for a moment. As we know, we played for you the clip last week on the Pat McAfee show on ESPN where Aaron Rodgers was a guest. And he was asked about Travis Kelce, and he called him Mr. Pfizer because Travis Kelce not only endorses Bud Light, but he endorses Pfizer. He'll soon be, going to parties with Dylan Mulvaney and taking in the whole experience. So Travis Kelce has fired back at Aaron Rodgers.
I actually have this audio.
You do?
Play it. Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know. Okay, I had quotes, but yeah, let's actually hear the audio. What do you have?
Natasha, this is cut 8. This is before now. Travis Kelce got hurt yesterday, right?
Yeah, and can I say something on that front too? It looked ugly at first because I saw the highlights around 5:30, and there were people taking victory laps on Twitter because, and again, I was crushing Travis Kelce as much as anybody for Pfizer and Bud Light.
Yeah, I've heard.
But you don't take victory laps when a guy gets hurt.
Absolutely.
Don't be a scumbag.
Like the left was doing when Aaron Rodgers got hurt.
Correct. You never root for anybody to get hurt or be in any type of pain like that. But
this is Chiefs. This is Travis Kelce from the Chiefs responding to what Aaron Rodgers said, calling him Mr. Pfizer. A reporter asked him about that. I think this was last week.
Okay.
Cut 8, Natasha.
I thought it was pretty good. I mean, with this stash right now, I look like a guy named Mr. Pfizer. Who knew I'd get into the Vax wars with Aaron Rodgers, man. It's Mr. Pfizer versus the Johnson & Johnson family over there, man.
I don't think we asked you about, since you're in the commercial, can you kind of just say why you wanted to do that?
I mean, I've always been, once I got the vaccine, and I got it because of keeping myself safe, keeping my family safe, the people in this building. So yeah, I stand by it 1,000%, and fully comfortable with him calling me Mr. Pfizer.
Wow.
Paid spokesperson Travis Kelce, because a lot of what he said is already proven not to be true. He's not protecting anybody beyond himself to some very small extent, which, again, at 34 years old and being a prime athlete in peak physical condition, he probably didn't need the shot, but that's his choice. But he's not protecting grandma or grandpa by himself being vaccinated, so that's a falsehood. But go right ahead. They're giving you big paychecks. I got you. Yeah, hooray, capitalism. So you got this battle going on, and you heard that little snipe there because the Jets are owned by Woody Johnson, Johnson & Johnson, which also offered one of the vaccines during the pandemic. Remember, it was Pfizer, it was Moderna, it was Johnson & Johnson. I believe Johnson & Johnson was a one-off shot, if I recall. They got pulled ultimately. And, of course, Aaron Rodgers goes to the Jets. The Jets pay him a ton of money. And Aaron Rodgers did not get the vaccine, and he's employed by Woody Johnson of Johnson & Johnson, who's in the business of selling vaccines. So at least they could put aside their vaccine differences for the sake of paychecks and winning football games. But the USA Today comes out, and they have a very, very woke columnist, Mike Freeman. I actually used to work with him at Bleacher Report, and I never realized how off his rocker he was until he started, getting into the Colin Kaepernick type stuff with sports and the social and political crossover to sports. And he writes this long piece about Aaron Rodgers embarrassing himself again in mocking Travis Kelce, where he goes on to say the following, and this is from the USA Today over the weekend. Aaron Rodgers is a fool. This isn't easy to say, but it's been established for years now. When this week he called Kansas City tight end Travis Kelce Mr. Pfizer, he was again dressing himself in a clown suit with the floppy shoes, red nose, and yes, again, his words are potentially dangerous. Rodgers joins a loud and equally foolish right-wing chorus that has attacked Kelce. There's that attack word. Anytime you disagree with anybody in the left, they're under attack. And for once, those attacks have nothing to do with Taylor Swift. The attacks have been vicious and lacking in facts, like Travis Kelce just lacked all of his facts there, and they do something else. They portray Kelce as someone who is spreading death when he is actually doing something to help save lives. Actually, he's not really saving anybody else's life, potentially other than his, but the data shows that Travis Kelce is really not in any danger of COVID. So you've got this, once again, this painting with the broad brush by Mike Freeman, who says just because you disagree with Travis Kelce and just because you don't want your sports figures to be left-wing advocates, that automatically makes you part of the right-wing chorus, which means you're automatically attacking those on the left. And look, and I'm not in the business of defending pro athletes, but I think it's very unfair. And look, Aaron Rodgers probably really doesn't care. He's got more money than he knows what to do with. He's got a great life. He's won a Super Bowl. He's a Hall of Famer. He probably couldn't care less if people think he's right wing. But keep this in mind with Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers is a California guy, okay? Aaron Rodgers also is employed by a organization that is connected to a vaccine and other sorts of pharmaceuticals. And just because Aaron Rodgers decided not to get the vaccine does not make him right-wing, does not make him anti-vax. In fact, I don't even know what Aaron Rodgers' politics are. I don't even really truly think he is a conservative by any stretch. I think he probably might even be more like Joe Rogan or Bill Maher.
Yes, you're 100% correct. There's zero chance he's a conservative.
There's
just
no, this rush to label somebody far right because they don't agree with far left is so absurd to me. And that's kind of the polarization and the divide that the media, along with the left, has created here. And like Aaron Rodgers, I believe he has said this. He said he's not anti-vaccine. He just said that he did not think getting the vaccine for COVID was the right choice for him. Now, where he gets ripped, and I think somewhat justifiably so, two or three summers ago when we were getting the reports that, the NFL had vaccinated 92% of its players or whatever it was, Rodgers used the word immunized. He was asked about it. Hey, Aaron Rodgers, I know the Green Bay Packers are saying 99% of their roster is vaccinated. Are you vaccinated? And he danced around it and used the word immunized. And then he got kind of called out for it. He got caught. and he was using other sorts of treatments that were available to him that certainly he has the accesses and resources to, because he's got $50 billion in the bank. And then he got called out for it. So I think that's where he set himself up for some criticism. But then again, if you came out and said, no, I'm not getting vaccinated, you were looked at as, RFK Jr. or something.
Yeah.
And that's what happens. And I think that's why this whole thing has played out the way it has.
By the way, speaking of RFK Jr., like the huge news today, he's going to be in Philadelphia.
I know.
Right across the street almost, making an announcement for a third party.
I know.
And we have Dan Borowski from the Dom Show is going to go down there and try and get some audio. Like we're and I think after Dawn Show, Anthony's going to head down there too. So we're all over this, but because of what happened over the weekend, it got completely
pushed to the back burner.
Yep. But a potential third party huge spoiler for 2024
I know
is making the announcement right in our backyard.
I know.
And it's 9/19. We haven't even mentioned it yet.
I know. And we've been caught up in everything with the big story of the weekend, which is not just a local issue, because we've talked about the pro-Palestinian march in Philly. It's not just a United States issue. I mean, this is not just a Middle East issue. This is a global issue, and part of and the latest shoe or domino to drop, so to speak, in what is transpiring across the globe in these last 2.5, 3 years, which was our big take this morning.
Yep.
So that's kind of where we are at. By the way, I'm going to need some of that audio because we're going to do an RFK Philadelphia big take tomorrow morning.
Yeah, well,
at 6:15.
I mean, we're using it for all the shows. So
there you go.
It'll be good. We all operate as one big happy family here.
Right. I will say with RFK Jr., the thing about it is, I think the fact that you have this major crisis on a global level, it diminish him as a third party, because although he's attractive when you think about all the infighting, when you think about somebody who's a major player on the field and his world policy is relatively unknown, would people trust him as we head into being sucked into a potential war in the Middle East?
It's a good point. 855-839-1210 is the phone number. All right, so coming up next, we will get to a couple of other stories at the bottom of the hour. We've also got part 2 of the cut sheet. Stocker's got enough audio today that could get us through Friday alone, I think.
I just sent Natasha 5 more cuts, so thank you, Natasha, for doing a great job today. I know this is not easy.
No.
And you're fairly new to this, so I really appreciate you stepping up.
Yes, and Valdez did have this day planned off in advance. It's not like he saw the stuff break out on Saturday and said, I'm taking Monday off.
True. He told me a couple weeks ago.
There you go. All right, coming up next, we'll wrap up the show with an interesting story about how 2 families got fed up with their state's politics, so they moved away. But what did they do? We'll get to that story. Part 2 of the cut sheet. What's on tap for the Dawn Show and who on Twitter today? It's all still on the way. It's Kayal and Company. Monday morning, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
So many listeners are enjoying beautiful, easy-to-maintain homes thanks to Rhino Shield, and you can too. Dom Giordano here with my good friend, the local owner of Rhino Shield. John, take it away.
John from Rhino Shield here, reminding you that when it comes to painting your home, there is a better way. We all know that traditional paint just doesn't last, and that's why painters only offer a 1-year guarantee. But Rhino Shield is different. Our elastomeric ceramic house paint is warranted for 25 years, so you'll never paint again. Don't spend your money on regular paint that just doesn't last. Invest instead in a product that will protect your home and look beautiful for years to come. Let Rhino Shield show you how you can be done with frequent painting. Call us today at 484-406-5111 for a free consultation, or find us online at www.myrhinoshield.com.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra at the Miller Center in Reading on Wednesday, October 18th, and at Springfield High School in Delaware County, Saturday, November 11th.
Oh my God, it was amazing.
I loved it.
All his voices are fabulous, and the fact that he sings.
I couldn't imagine how good it would be with the orchestra. Awesome show.
I've never laughed so much. My cheeks hurt. I'm like, yeah.
That's Conklin and City Rhythm at the Miller Center in Reading and at Springfield High School in Delco. For tickets, tickets, go to JoeConklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Hi, this is Dr. Brad Schaefer. As a podiatrist, I can tell you no two people's feet are alike, which is why I recommend Dr. Scholl's custom fit orthotic inserts. They're customized for your feet, so you get a unique solution your feet really need, not just a one-size-fits-all insole. They're clinically proven to provide pain relief for achy feet, knees, lower back, plantar fasciitis, and heels. Take the Dr. Scholl's custom fit orthotics assessment in Walmart today. Now in the foot care aisle.
This is Mark Luca, president of Aqua Pennsylvania. Did you know drinking tap water will save money and keep 38 billion plastic bottles out of landfills each year? Plus, our water meets tougher safety requirements than bottled. Ditch the plastic and put money back into your wallet. Keep a pitcher of tap water in your refrigerator or fill a reusable bottle if you're on the go. Aqua, an essential utilities company providing clean, safe, reliable water so you can trust what's in your glass. Learn more at aquawater.com. That's aquawater.com.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. When it comes to playing the game, every team has their why. Maybe it's for their legacy, the rush of a win, a championship ring. We at PNC Private Bank want to understand your why, your purpose. Once we understand it, we'll map out a personalized path forward to help reach your goals. Tell us, what's your why? PNC Private Bank is a service mark of the PNC Financial Services Group, Inc. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Hi, this is Dr. Brad Schaefer. As a podiatrist, I can tell you no two people's feet are alike, which is why I recommend Dr. Scholl's custom fit orthotic inserts. They're customized for your feet, so you get a unique solution your feet really need, not just a one-size-fits-all insole. They're clinically proven to provide pain relief for achy feet, knees, lower back, plantar fasciitis, and heels. Take the Dr. Scholl's custom fit orthotics assessment in Walmart today. Now in the foot care aisle.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hi, this is Norman the Floorman. My wife and I were walking past a swanky restaurant. Did you smell that food, she said? It smells absolutely incredible. Being a kind-hearted guy, I said, what the heck? I'll treat her. So we walked past again. Calling all developers, investors, house flippers, and savvy shoppers. I'm selling plush carpet at 99 cents per square foot. I haven't sold carpet that cheap since 1969. And oh yes, 48-hour installation available. That's 800-220-RUGS.
First-time homebuyers have a one-stop trusted partner with American Heritage Credit Union. With our first-time homebuyer program, you can earn up to a $500 lender credit. Our realtors can help you shop for your first home, and qualified borrowers can even receive up to $5,000 in first front door grants. To apply with one simple application, visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/FTH. All loans subject to credit approval. Insured by NCUA. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS 433838.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Start at PI Dental Center. With the latest in digital technology to state-of-the-art treatment, PI Dental Center is a full-service practice. 2 board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, are originators of the Teeth in a Day protocol, a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth on the same day as the implants are placed. Hey, I've been a patient of PI Dental for over 20 years, and now is the time for you to invest in yourself. Visit PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
Exergen thermometers are a top choice of medical professionals at highly rated hospitals across the U.S. Accuracy matters, so make Exergen the chosen thermometer for your home and family.
Have you heard all the talk about fresh pet food? Well, at Dogs and Cats Rule, when it comes to fresh, healthy ingredients, we lead the way. Hi, I'm George Parenti, and I'm here to tell you there's nothing better nutrition-wise than fresh food for your pet. Stop in to one of our 7 neighborhood locations and ask our expert staff how a real, fresh, meat-based diet can change your pet's overall health and well-being. Shop online at dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Virtua Health is here for you, all of you. Here for the run-of-the-mills, the out-of-the-blues. Here for everything in between. And with our Rowan University partnership, we're here, rethinking the way academic medicine feels. Welcome to a more convenient, smarter healthcare experience. And that's more good for everyone. Find a Virtua physician or location near you at virtua.org. Virtua Health, now more than ever, here for good.
Listen on your schedule. Anytime. Just go to 1210 WPHT on the Odyssey app and search the Kayal and Company podcasts.
Josie's on a vacation far away. Come around and talk it over. So many things that I wanna say. You know I like my girls a little bit older. I just wanna use your love tonight. I don't wanna lose your love tonight.
928, Kayal and Company, as we continue Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Dawn's Big Three coming up in a couple of minutes, as well as What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2. Who won Twitter today and what's on tap for the Dawn Show, all still on the way. RFK Jr., his big speech in the city of Philadelphia today. And RFK Jr., interesting column from NBC News, is headed for a breakup with the Democratic Party, the headline. We'll certainly have some thoughts and reaction to what he says tomorrow, here on the show in the first hour. But I saw this story, and this was kind of interesting because I've actually lived it. Now, I did it for professional reasons, not political reasons, but my political affiliation certainly changed after going south and then coming back. Interesting column from the New York Times, with the title being, "Two Families Got Fed Up with Their State's Politics, So They Moved Out." I just want to read a little excerpt from this, and then also kind of the interesting and I think confounding occurrences that go on in this country when people move for political reasons but still stay with the same political party when they get to their new destination. But the article starts off with this. After Iowa banned gender-affirming medical care for minors, the Nobles concluded they had to get out. Quote, "It's so much better here, financially, emotionally, mentally," Steve Huckins said of moving to Missouri from Oregon. So you've got two different families here. You've got the Nobles and the Huckins. Jeff Noble still seems stunned that in America in 2023, politics would drive families to seek refuge across state lines. Steve Huckins, a native of Oregon, was preparing to move across the country when he went on Facebook to post a goodbye letter of sorts to his home state. He said, quote, "I had planned to die here," Mr. Huckins, 59, wrote. "It's a beautiful state," speaking of Oregon. "The mountains, the lakes, the rivers, the beaches, all are overshadowed by the societal and political climate." Mr. Huckins and his wife, Ginger, were leaving Portland, Oregon, which is a hellhole now, one of the most progressive cities in the United States. They said Portland's tolerance of homeless encampments, along with the open use of hard drugs and rising crime, had filled them with despair, so they headed 2,000 miles east to deep red rural Missouri. Driving around their new hometown in June, about an hour outside of St. Louis, they admired the old Victorians and a tractor defying the minimum speed limit on a state road. "One thing, quote, I do like about Missouri, there's a lot of American flags," Mr. Huckins said, as he steered around a traffic circle where the stars and stripes flapped crisply on a pole. In Portland, the American flag was offensive, end quote. Kind of an interesting dynamic. And Portland and Oregon being the center of it, somebody actually moving to Oregon, which I don't understand why. Somebody leaving Portland, which I absolutely understand why. But think about this. We just heard DeSantis last week in one of his clips where Florida has gone even more red over the last couple of years, where they have swung 600,000 more registered Republicans in their state. So you have people that are fleeing California, Portland, Oregon, New York, Pennsylvania, some of them moving to other red states, others moving to Florida, and you're starting to see people flip their voter registration. Yet you also see people leave New York, Pennsylvania, California, and go to a place like Tennessee, for example, and relocate to Nashville. And Nashville's very progressive, very blue, but stuck right in the middle of a very red state. And these people that leave these blue cities or blue states still vote D. Yet you go to Georgia, same thing, people relocating from the Northeast, and you see Georgia ever so slightly shifting towards purple. And then, of course, you have Texas, still more red than Georgia, but you have pockets of blue. Like Austin, Texas is very blue. So I've always been a little dumbfounded by the individuals that say, you know what, I can't live in these blue cities with progressive policies, and I'm getting away from it. And then they go to a place where they say they've got better freedom, lower taxes, away from the crime. They go to places with law and order, yet they still vote for what they drove them out of it in the first place.
Yep.
Isn't that the most bizarre thing? It's like saying you were in an abusive relationship and you left, and then you got in another abusive relationship. I don't understand it.
Well, I mean, usually with those abusive relationships, it is a pattern that does seem to continue. So maybe it's the same thing. But yeah, I agree with you. Where I don't see why they leave one state because of the policies of that administration or that state's governance and move to a more free state, and they're like, no, I still want to I want to bring this here.
Yes, and I've been critical of DeSantis for the last couple of months, and I think rightfully so. But I will give him credit on the gubernatorial level. What he has done is people have come to his state, and it's not all him, right? People have been relocating to Florida for years, and certainly, Trump a Florida resident, so that matters as well. But, there's something that he's doing correctly that I would say, hey, Georgia, Brian Kemp, if you're worried about your state going from red to purple, or Greg Abbott, Texas, same thing, you might want to just legitimately just copy verbatim the playbook of DeSantis, and maybe your state won't start shifting and keep trending in the wrong direction away from you. Although I would live in Georgia, Texas, or Florida. So there you go.
Old Man Dudley on the YouTube chat wants to know, since you have a hoodie on, Nick, you have the Kayal and Company official merch hoodie.
I do.
What will you be announcing? What stores you'll be looting later?
Yes. Actually, I'm actually going to go to the Apple store because I need the iPhone 15. And at the end of the day, we all know everybody's got to eat. I'm actually going to throw the hoodie up, put my COVID-19 KN95 mask on, and you guys will have no idea it's Nick Kayal.
By the way, it's all available at the merch store, 1210WPHT.com, 1210WPHT.com. We still haven't hit the 4,700th subscriber mark. We're like 4 away. What are you doing? Hit the subscribe button so you can be the 4,700th subscriber. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. I bring it.
You haven't brought it lately. You've been very laxed on the demand.
I have.
I think we need this. We got to ramp that up here.
Yeah.
We're coming into Q4 of the season. My goal is we got to get to 5,000 subscribers.
Yeah.
So is that our goal by Black Friday? Before we break for Thanksgiving, can we get to $5,000? 6 weeks, 7 weeks?
300. Yeah, 300.
Yeah.
300 subscribers
in 6 weeks.
In 6 weeks, yeah.
That's not too much to ask for, right?
Yeah, we can do that.
All right. 9:36. Before we get to part 2 of the cut sheet, let's get to Dawn Stenzon's Big 3 at 9.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Yeah, so we have a lot of fast-breaking developments as Israel now has successfully been firing upon and destroying different Hamas targets in what has now been declared a war going on here. We have U.S. military headed there as a backup, and now we're hearing that Israel has shut off food and water, electricity, etc., to certain regions as they now feel they have secured these areas in Gaza and in the south of Israel. So this conflict now, it's going on, and we've been covering this since 6 o'clock this morning, as you well know, as Israel has intensified the Gaza strikes this morning, confirming more than 1,200 dead in the fighting. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu declaring war after those Hamas terrorists are accused of launching this massive attack. So we know that 800 plus Israelis are already confirmed killed. 400 plus Palestinians are reportedly killed. The question is, how many hostages are there after they went door to door and pulled especially women, children, grandmoms from homes, targeting civilians in an unprecedented attack? As far as Hamas doing this and taking responsibility for it, Hamas leadership speaking out today saying, yes, of course, Iran supported us in this. So many headlines this morning that we have indeed been updating you on as we look at what's happening. And certainly, yes, we know that we are involved. We have Pennsylvania leadership, lawmakers from across the country, as well as in Pennsylvania, saying that we stand with Israel.
Can I just say, since we're kind of pressed for time here. I wanted to play this too. I was going to play it for the cut sheet, but it dovetails beautifully off of what Dawn was just saying. So we played earlier the pro-Palestinian march that was happening in Rittenhouse Square there in Philadelphia. I believe it was Dawn or maybe it was you, Nick, who brought up what was happening in New York City. I have 2 clips, and if you want to see this, get over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. You can hear it as well. All these pro-Palestinian crowds that gathered. It looks to be Times Square. So this is a pro-Palestinian crowd cheering after the speaker praises Hamas's invasion into Israel and the number of rockets that were fired.
Early morning on Saturday, October 7th, our resistance stormed illegal settlements and paraglided across colonial borders.
It's unbelievable.
What a sight. You see the NYPD walking, too, to make sure everything's okay.
Yeah.
All right. In this operation, and up to flood, the resistance fires more than 5,000 rockets.
It's just, and it's not a small group of people either.
It's hundreds.
It's hundreds of people.
Yes,
hundreds of people.
Could be in the
that are doing
thousands.
this.
Yeah.
So I mean, when we sit here and talk about it, well, it's just a small group. It's not just a small group of people. They also marched through the streets of New York City, chanting "Free Palestine." I mean, look, this is insane. No words. I mean, it's
the amount of, I mentioned this earlier today. I mean, it's not even just one common theme of conflict and, escalating tensions globally. There's so many different, random battles that are being fought now. I mean, battles with school boards to free speech to Russia, Ukraine. It just seems like there's divide everywhere.
Yep.
It's honestly a wild time. I've never seen anything like this in my lifetime.
Yeah.
And many people, asking this morning, maybe over the weekend, we're paying more attention to sports and traveling.
Yep.
What about Israel's, Iron Dome? What about the missile defense system, which is, so famous? They're saying this morning, confirming that, in fact, it was overwhelmed. And so Hamas claiming that Iran officials helped in the planning and the funding of the situation, and saying that, yes, this was a well-planned attack that happened on the 50th anniversary of what happened 50 years ago in 1973, obviously, with the so-called Yom Kippur War that happened October back then, but confirming that, in fact, that they had planned this, and we saw it by land, by sea, by air, and even those bulldozers.
Yeah.
I mean, literally taking down the walls and the border. And so that's why it's significant when we think about those who were protesting or demonstrating here in Philadelphia and New York and other places. They were in essence promoting the cheering of not the Palestinian movement. That was, and I want to make that distinction. They were cheering, and as you heard, mentioning Hamas, the terrorists who are accused of, and by all accounts, murdered more than 800 Israelis, and that happened on Saturday. Innocent civilians, 800. Now, what about the hostages? Well, first of all, we're trying to get the number of hostages. We know at least 100 hostages taken in. We're told that there are Americans among the hostages. We're also told, as far as the 800 plus, these numbers are counting because we have thousands injured, and some of them critically injured. But there are at least, the State Department this morning confirming at least 9 Americans were killed on Saturday. So we have that confirmation now.
Okay.
So we have all of that, just putting some of it in perspective. And then remember, early this morning, and forgive me if you were here with us at 6 o'clock this morning, but we did say that early this morning that, yes, U.S. fighter jets on the way, as well as other apparatus by sea, by air, from the United States of America, heading there and perhaps close to arriving as a backup. And that really brings us to the question, as far as there are reports, and I'm careful with this because a lot of it's over social media, but there are reports and reporters questioning the administration this morning. Well, what about these reports that, in fact, terrorists did come over the border? Terrorists are poised in America, for example, or points across the globe to retaliate for anybody that identifies as an ally with Israel and is supporting. And so as we see our fighter jets and our apparatus by sea, the USS, what was it, the Ford, USS Ford, the military carriers, as they arrive, will we see then the retaliation? And is this so-called coordinated attack? Is there more to come? And that's what many are bracing for. And that is why across America, not just here in Philadelphia, not just across New Jersey and Pennsylvania and East Coast points, New York, but across America, law enforcement at pretty much every level is beefing up forces.
Yep.
Not just around synagogues or mosques, but beefing up forces and on the lookout and encouraging all of us. If you see something, say something.
One more on this. There's allegedly an area in Illinois called Little Palestine, and the residents spoke out about what's happening there. I'm sure you can imagine what they were saying. This is that from MSNBC this morning.
The perspective of Palestinian Americans here in Little Palestine in the Chicago area. Take a listen for yourself to some of what we heard.
The response was not unexpected because, provocations day after day, time after time, it was nonstop, and it seems like the Netanyahu government is not willing to bring any peace to the region.
For me, it was kind of conflicting because, I'm half Palestinian, my mom's half American, so it was like it's conflicting for me because you have people in there and innocent bystanders that'll be involved in it, but at the same time, it's like, what other choice did they have?
What other choice do they have?
What other? I don't know. Not kill 800 people.
It's.
I mean,
I'm just saying that this is not.
I'm not sure how Israel ends up as the bad guy in response and retaliation to what they just created.
Because their religion tells them that.
Of course.
It's just infuriating. I'm sorry, I'm not yelling at you. I'm just really frustrated with it.
I gotcha.
Sorry, Dawn.
Greg's fired up this morning.
I just am. I can't with this. I can't with this. We've been
fighting
the same freaking war for thousands and thousands and thousands of years.
It's never going to end.
When will people wake up and realize what's causing it?
Well, this morning, or I should say this afternoon in Philadelphia, a Kennedy, and yes, of the Camelot Kennedy family, right, Kennedy fame, RFK Jr., expected to drop his primary bid as POTUS on the Democrats' side and to launch his third-party run as an independent. And so his campaign has been teasing this announcement. It'll happen this afternoon. Of course, we'll bring you all the coverage. I know that Big Dan Borowski will be down there. Anthony Drenza will be there. And so that'll be breaking news this afternoon. As well, Biden administration officials this afternoon are expected to release some new information to us as well. So this afternoon, you want to stay tuned because there's going to be so much breaking news happening on both the international front as to what's happening in Israel, and then as well, is the U.S. involved? We know that there are other allies involved in the so-called, hostage negotiation that's ongoing right now. Is the U.S. involved in that? How many Americans were taken? But the terrorist group Hamas, what they want out of this is a prisoner swap because they have many, many of their members who are being held both in America as well as in the Middle East. Okay. So that's what we're being told. And that is that negotiation going to happen? In this country, we claim that we don't negotiate with terrorists. So in any event, we'll see if RFK, will he cancel this event or will it move on? And then as far as, I'll do the other big three because Congress, we've heard reports that Congress is crippled because of what happened last week. There's technically not a House Speaker, and so nobody's talking about that anymore. There is no live House Speaker debate between those running for it. We're told that right now on this, and remember, this is a federal holiday.
Mm-hmm.
so everybody's supposed to be off. We're told right now that Republican leadership, as we speak, is moving as swiftly as possible to get a Speaker of the House and get things moving again. And so will it be Scalise? Will it be Jim Jordan? Who will it be? We're being told they're getting it together, and that this obviously is expediting that speakership debate and vote, and as well galvanizing all House Republicans.
So it takes a terrorist attack on Israel to get the dog and pony show to put that on the back burner and actually name somebody quicker than they probably would. So we can quit the theater is basically what they're saying. Very interesting.
Yeah, and so essentially, it has silenced all that drama because it puts life in perspective, and everything that's gone viral, and we've seen it, of especially young girls and young women pleading for their lives, a grandmother pleading for her life.
Yep.
It's sick. It's gripping the world, really, as we all watch this.
Yeah, but people are
in real
conflicted
time.
about it. They're conflicted about it because, on one hand, it's innocent civilians and stuff like that. But on the other hand, they had it coming.
Well, there's actually a picture of some people at one of the protests. It definitely look like Gen Zers holding up a sign that says "Jews for Palestine."
Yeah.
You talk about conflicted.
I know.
Jews for Palestine.
Well, the Jews for Palestine can only be American, right?
Probably.
And we saw the 31 Harvard organizations.
Yeah, probably Ivy League kids.
Right.
Yeah.
Spoiled, folks talking about their pronouns who, we've talked about this earlier, but don't understand that they would be shot on scene if they were right now overseas.
They would be beheaded.
We have to break. We really have to break.
All right, coming up next, we'll wrap it up. We'll find out what Dawn has in store for the Dawn Show, who won Twitter today, and then Greg and I will make a Phillies-Braves Game 2 prediction as we wrap up a Monday edition of Kayal & Company.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. When it comes to all your home improvement needs, trust is everything. And that's why for years, I've been talking about the amazing work my friends Stephanie and Matt and the entire team at Emmons has done for me and my home. My roof, doors, windows, siding, and yes, remodeling projects. Emmons can bring that same quality of work to all of your kitchen and bathroom remodeling needs. Roofing, siding, windows, doors, and now baths and kitchens. Emmons is the Delaware Valley's one-stop shop for all of your home improvement needs. Call 856-556-3229 and get a free estimate, or go online to emmonsroofing.com, or even better, come visit the Emmons Design Showroom in Cherry Hill. emmonsroofing.com. It's about trust, it's about quality, it's about great work, and that's why me and my family have used them for basically every project we've done to improve our home. emmonsroofing.com.
We know you're excited because Eagles football is back. With the free Odyssey app, you can jump back and listen to the moments that matter, even if you missed it live. Hear Marks and Reese break down the offense, or listen to Nick Sirianni's interview with the 94 WIP Morning Show.
Yeah, I've been in a game where we scored a touchdown, and I'm fist pumping with the fans. I don't think I've done that since I played college football.
Stay close to the Eagles wherever you are this season. Download the free Odyssey app today. AUDACY.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-924-7415. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-924-7415. 800-924-7415. 800-924-7415.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Lose weight and feel great with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into the radio show Sunday at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Hey, let's plan our escape. Next spring, Oh, something special is happening, and I'm asking you to join me for 12 magical days in luxury with the professionals. They're the best at conservative tours. They're putting together an incredible behind-the-scenes, best-kept secrets tour for us, and they're the best tour operator in all of Italy's. Yes, my friends at Conservative Tours. So that's why I say, join me for these 12 magical days. By the way, Conservative Tours, they have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. And everybody, if you've ever been on one of their tours, rave reviews. So we're even going to take the high-speed jet foil to the Isle of Capri. Just imagine us, picture us, their hair blowing on that jet foil, Isle of Capri, looking at the beautiful island there and those Mediterranean turquoise waters. $52.67, including your airfare. Yeah, that includes the airfare. Luxury hotels, includes those dining events galore. We're going to make some memories here. Call toll-free, 888-733-9494, conservativetours.com, Abbey of Monte Cassino, Italy's best-kept secrets, Puglia, Medieval Caserta, Sorrento, Pompeii, of course, all the great ancient sites there in Rome. Join me next spring in Italy, conservativetours.com. You'll see my picture. You'll see the itinerary. Make sure you call 888-733-9494, conservativetours.com.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
.54, Kayal and Company, Monday morning, winding things down. We'll find out who won Twitter today in a moment. Also a Game 2 prediction for the Phillies and Braves between Greg and myself. But right now we find out, more importantly, what is happening 6 minutes from now when the Dawn Show begins at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, there's so much developing locally as we watch these local demonstrations and what's happening ahead of, military, because we're arriving now. By now, those U.S. warships, as well as destroyer, as well as the jets, our U.S. jets, are arriving. And so what happens then? So we're watching this very carefully, all these latest developments happening this morning. Coming up at this morning at 10:15, Bobby Wine, co-director of Christopher Sharp National Geographic documentary film, will have a little escape and talk about this latest documentary film, which is amazing. And so we'll take you there and get a little escape on what I love, these Nat Geo documentaries.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll take you there on an escape. And then in the 11 a.m. hour, we'll talk about what's happening. There's something new happening and a new strategy as far as North Philadelphia. We saw some shootings over the weekend. So we'll talk to Alex Schaefer, the president there at TUPU, with regards to temple security. So we have some latest movements. But we're tracking all the breaking news of the day, of course. And it's a day that we're proud of the fact that we're live and local here on WPHT from 6 o'clock in this morning till 7 o'clock tonight. There's not a dull moment, and some of this is not in a good way, but we have it all live and local to bring you that local perspective.
All right, Dawn Show coming up at 10 o'clock as we find out who won Twitter today.
Who won Twitter?
Yes, I know that there's an issue with the sound today. Like, everything we fire off of this board is super loud, and apparently we're super low. I don't know what it is.
Yeah,
but
I thought I sounded low in my own ears.
We will get to the bottom of before tomorrow's broadcast, or actually, I'll get to the bottom of it as soon as I get off the air today.
Thank you.
Newman Price wins Twitter. He says, I can hear Joe's comments when asked about the 9+ Americans. Well,
Yeah. Well,
Anyway.
Yeah, he would probably say.
Anyway. There we go.
All right, so on to something a little lighthearted to wrap it up here in the next 30 seconds. Phillies Braves tonight, Game 2 of the NLDS in Atlanta. Stocker, I'm going to be a little greedy tonight. I'm going to ride with the Phillies again.
I am too.
Plus 135.
Wow. Max
Fried for the Braves lost last year to the Phillies in this round. And Zach Wheeler, 2-0 lifetime against the Braves in the playoffs, and 12-7 in his career with a 3.18. He does well. I'm going to be greedy. Phils take the first two.
I'm going to say the same thing. I'm going to actually give you a score. Phils for Atlanta 3.
Okay, I'll go Phillies 3, Braves 2.
Wow. So we're both on the one.
Yes.
I like it.
That is correct. All right, stay tuned. The Dawn Show is next. Have a great rest of your Monday. RFK Jr. stuff for sure, and we'll be back tomorrow morning at 6.
Good night, everybody.
Is the IRS after you? Do you owe them so much money you will never be able to pay them? Are they levying your bank account?